A Sancoff nasceu de uma história linda, formada pelo Sr. Fernando Paiva, nossa referência na cafeicultura da região. E a Sancoff teve a sorte de ser uma de suas heranças. Em 1999, juntamos com o Sr. Fernando Paiva alguns produtores aqui na região e fizemos a aquisição do armazém da Minas Coffee. Selecionamos 20 produtores alinhados com os mesmos valores, a mesma cultura e o foco no café especial. E desde então eu brinco que eu coloquei a mochila nas costas e fui andar pelo mundo já promovendo os cafés da Sancoff, os cafés da nossa região.
Here at Mercanta, we care deeply about coffee quality, the extraordinary stories behind all of the amazing producers we buy coffee from, and we value each and every relationship we make with all of those producers. We've been trading specialty coffee since 1996 and have offices all throughout the world in the United States, London, Glasgow, Berlin, Singapore, and the Middle East. We are proud to sponsor this year's Green Coffee Summit.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for the second day of the 2022 Green Coffee Summit. For those that missed Tuesday's program, my name is Kim Elena Ionescu, and I am the Chief Sustainability and Knowledge Development Officer at the Specialty Coffee Association, as well as one of the presenters in today's first session. So on Tuesday, when I opened the event, I spoke about some of the positive changes to the coffee industry and to the world at large since the first Green Coffee Summit in August of 2021. That includes the return of in-person coffee events and the easing of some supply chain pressures. But at the same time that we have had reason to feel some greater optimism and to relax a little bit, this year's climate events and socio-political shifts, COVID variants, and the Russo-Ukrainian war have all reminded us that business as usual is still quite unusual. And the need to coordinate and communicate between buyers and suppliers is as urgent as ever. The speakers that we will be learning from and the topics that we'll be exploring during this year's summit have been selected to provide an array of perspectives for green coffee buyers and sellers. We will hear from people who work in roles in the center of the coffee system, like importers and roasters, and also from supporting actors, like research institutions, whose outside perspective enables the industry to see itself more clearly and will help us know when we probably need to challenge our behaviors and maybe change our mindsets. So we also want to hear from you, which is why we have set up the chat feature of this program. And we would love it if you would take a moment to introduce yourself and let us know what prompted you to join today's conversation. While our speakers and panelists are presenting, you can use that feature to share your reflections. And of course, to share all of the questions that you have, from the most basic to the most advanced, because this event is really designed to bring in people with many levels of experience with green coffee and experience in the coffee industry as a whole. Our hosts will take those questions and present them to the speakers and panelists live. And some of you may even find that your peers are able to give you some advice and direction. If you missed something during today's program, or you want to revisit what we talked about on Tuesday, all of the presentations and panels will be recorded, and those recordings will be available in the Green Coffee Summit resource library on this same site. We will continue to populate that with relevant articles and talks and resources of all sorts as we create them and come across them in the coming months. I hope you'll dig around in that resource library a little bit after today's event finishes to find some of the new stuff that we've gotten ready in time for the launch of this event. I think that there are something like 50 editions since last year's summit, so there's a lot to learn. On the first day of the summit, we focused on the North American coffee market and learned about impact investing and sustainable coffee pricing as well. Today, we're going to shift our focus to look at the coffee markets in Europe and the UK and factors that buyers and sellers in this market should be keeping in mind. It's hard to generalize about a market with as much diversity in coffee consumption as this one has. So for most of the day, we're going to be looking at trends and strategies broadly and then applying them to specific cases. We'll start out by using the SCA's recent initiatives to set the stage for the rest of today's program, asking questions like, what attributes make coffee valuable, and how is that value recognized and rewarded, for example, through cupping? After that, we will dig into the Coffee Sourcing and Trends report that Algrano published earlier this year, which surveyed leading specialty buyers in Europe about topics that the green coffee sellers in this audience will undoubtedly be interested in asking questions about. Our third session will ask questions about the effectiveness of work being done in the coffee sector, including probably by some of us here, to support coffee producers and sustain the industry. And we will end the day with a panel that looks at market shifts and trends in the context of the experiences of buyers and sellers currently operating in Europe and the UK. Before we head into that first session that I just described, I'd like to thank the presenters and panelists who we will be hearing from today for sharing their time and their experiences with us. Also, of course, the Green Coffee Summit is made possible thanks to the support of generous sponsors. So title sponsor, Barista Attitude, supporting sponsors, BWT Water and More, Mercanta, and San Coffee Brazil. Thank you. So now we are ready to begin with a 4-part video series called Understanding Coffee Value that will introduce some of the work that the SCA has been doing on tools that we as an industry and use, and also tools which are used within coffee supply chains to communicate about what specialty coffee is. I'll be speaking first, followed by 3 of my colleagues. Those are the 4 videos. And then we will be here live for a question and answer session using questions, hopefully, that you all are inspired to ask of us. This is the only part of the program that's the same across the 2 days of the Green Coffee Summit. And I will say that we received a lot of great questions on Tuesday. So I hope the same holds true today, too. So with that, let's watch. Over the next half hour of this year's Green Coffee Summit, my colleagues and I will be talking about some of the work that the Specialty Coffee Association has been doing for the past few years to rethink how coffee quality is recognized and rewarded. We're also going to talk a little bit about the work ahead. For those that don't know me, my name is Kim Elena Ionescu, and I'm here today to guide you as we enter a new world of coffee value. It might not feel very different from the world that we currently inhabit, at least not yet, because systemic change happens very, very slowly. But there is enormous potential here. Before we venture into this unknown, let's start with what we do know, including a shared love of coffee. Here I've listed a few things that the specialty coffee industry and our customers cherish about the coffees we grow, roast, brew, and drink. We love it because it tastes so good. We love it because it's sustainable. And there are many other things to love about coffee as well, of course. Recently, as you may have seen, the SCA started to refer to this list of things to love about coffee using the word attributes. Attributes are recognizable elements of a product, in our case, a particular coffee, that make it special to us and differentiate it from other coffees. We can think of attributes as a collection of all the properties that make any given coffee what it is. And furthermore, what makes a special coffee special. A coffee's flavor profile and cupping score are attributes of a particular coffee, as are its physical appearance and grade. Roast color and bean size are attributes of a coffee, but so are the name of the farm where it was grown and the country it came from. This coffee here might even carry a certification. These attributes would all contribute, albeit in different ways, to our conception of what this coffee is and what makes it special. We might visualize them as a sort of halo of properties that define and give meaning to the coffee, whatever it is. And we could also visualize them as building blocks of quality. In accordance with this way of understanding quality, the SCA in 2021 published a new definition of specialty coffee based on the concept of attributes. It states, specialty coffee is a coffee or a coffee experience recognized for its distinctive attributes and because of these attributes has significant extra value in the marketplace. Seeing specialty coffee this way, as a collection of distinctive attributes, leads to a breakdown of the binary classification of specialty coffee and commercial coffee that our industry has used to organize and explain itself in recent decades. The reality is that when it comes to buying and selling coffee, many coffees have some distinctive attributes, but maybe not enough or enough of the ones we want to qualify as specialty to us. Other coffees may have so many more valuable attributes than even the average specialty coffee that they would seem to belong to yet a third super premium category. Many arguments have been had over where to draw lines between these categories we have invented, and consensus has always eluded us. So instead of trying to create distinct classes, we have chosen to describe the marketplace as a continuum, where coffees become more specialty as they accumulate valuable attributes. That accumulation and the recognition of different degrees of specialty is important. Looking at the definition again, we can see that it makes an explicit connection between attributes and value in the marketplace. To put it simply, a coffee with more attributes should have more value in the marketplace. A coffee with more attributes suited to the buyers in the marketplace, which for now we can think of as better attributes, should receive better value. There's a lot of room for interpretation in what constitutes more and better when it comes to individual coffee transactions. Coffee drinkers are diverse, and so are their preferences. Depending on where you live in the world, you will be exposed to and appreciate flavors that someone in a different part of the world might not care for, whether we're talking about our favorite coffees or our favorite condiments. Like consumers, coffee producers are also diverse, and the attributes definition embraces that diversity. Some buyers love to taste lemon in their coffee. which is great for producers of coffee with lots of acidity. Other buyers look for notes of cocoa and nuts, which benefits producers whose coffees fit that profile. To be clear, this slide is not a guide to international coffee consumer preferences, but rather a representation or illustration of the specialty coffee marketplace at the global level in all of its diversity. And by linking attributes to value, the attributes definition suggests that if we can measure a coffee's attributes, we can understand its value, or what makes us, and consumers, perceive certain coffees as special. That rationale is the foundation of the coffee assessment system that we are in the process of creating. Our goal is to be able to identify and measure the valuable attributes in coffee, including cupping score and flavor profile, but also, if you remember our little coffee bean friend, the farm name, so that we can better assess coffee's value and therefore understand what specialty means in different contexts. By building a shared understanding of attributes and value, we believe we will be able to make coffee better as the market continues to grow and develop all over the world in ways that early advocates for specialty coffees versus commercial coffees could only have imagined. So now let's dig further into attributes. Our emerging value assessment system divides attributes into 3 categories: descriptive sensory attributes, affective sensory attributes, and extrinsic attributes. These category terms may be new, but after hearing a little bit of additional explanation from my SCA colleagues Mario, Peter, and Jen, I think many of you will feel familiar with examples in each category.
Let's talk about descriptive sensory attributes. Descriptive sensory attributes are one of the most important intrinsic attributes of coffee. Nowadays, it's very common to see coffee packages with the flavor notes or flavor profiles to convey to the consumer what to expect in the cup. And this has proven to be a very important way to communicate attributes to consumer, and it's even more important today than other intrinsic attributes such as the cupping score, for example. But what are those flavor notes? In reality, those flavor notes are a way to express sensory descriptive attributes. There are many ways how you can come up with those descriptive notes. Of course, you can ask someone to tell them what they perceive in coffee and produce a list of attributes for you. But there are more scientific ways to understand the descriptive attributes of coffee based on sensory science. And we do that as consumers every now and then. Imagine that you go to this restaurant where you absolutely loved their pumpkin soup and you loved it so much you want to replicate it at home. So you ask the chef for the recipe, and the chef of course won't give you the recipe because it's a secret. Then what would you do? You would try to guess the recipe based on what you sense in the soup as different flavor notes. You might say, oh, of course this has some pumpkin, and maybe they added some roasted pumpkin seeds, and maybe they added some spices, and so on and so forth. What you are doing there is basically analyzing the soup's flavor in an effort to decompose that flavor in specific components for you to later replicate it. This could happen also, and often happens with single products such as apples, coffee, and chocolate. We could say that apples taste like apples, coffee tastes like coffee, and chocolate tastes like chocolate, but that's not the case. Each of those products can in fact show a very wide range of flavor profiles, and saying that coffee tastes like coffee is not helpful at all when we attempt to describe it. So what we want to do with those single products is to do the same thing we did to the soup. We want to decompose that flavor stimulus into its different components. Very much like a prism decomposes a beam of white light into its component colors. In sensory science, the way how we do that is through the use of trained descriptive panels. A trained descriptive panel is a panel of tasters who have been trained in describing a specific coffee or describing a wide range of flavors, and then they can profile that product. The best example of that use is what was done to produce the WCR Sensory Lexicon and SCA's Flavor Wheel. What was done was to feed a large number of coffee samples to a descriptive panel in Kansas State University, and they came up with over 100 different descriptors to describe all those different samples. And then they suggested specific sensory references to represent each of those descriptors, and even to represent a specific intensity for those descriptors. That gives you a very powerful tool to describe coffee flavor, because the references are objective, they are out there, and therefore those tests can be replicated by any panel which has been trained using the same references. So to summarize, a descriptive assessment is a quantitative sensory test that seeks to profile a product on all of its perceived sensory attributes. Let's remember, this is an objective test. Even though it uses humans, it's not based in liking or quality. We just want to take a picture of the product without saying if we like that picture or not. It identifies sensory attributes, ideally using a standardized familiar vocabulary such as the flavor wheel that we have for the coffee industry. And it utilizes references for shared understanding so that you and I can know that whenever we say strawberry, we are talking about the same flavor stimulus. And performance can be assessed against other trained panelists, which means that we can track your performance as a descriptive panelist against the panel as a whole, or against other panels or other descriptive panelists. Now, what we are proposing to do for coffee is to do descriptive assessment, since it has become so important for our industry. We have not been including descriptive assessment formally in our flavor evaluations. The idea would be to do such assessment based on WCR Lexicon and the SCA WCR Flavor Wheel. We would use a way to describe the flavor, which is called kata, meaning check all that apply, and some intensity scales for general attributes such as fragrance intensity or aroma intensity or acidity intensity. And we have been doing several studies using this approach for a number of years. We believe cuppers can act as a quasi-descriptive panel. In fact, we have validated some of these descriptive assessments done by cuppers by formal descriptive panels, and there is a high degree of correlation. And finally, this can be validated with quantitative descriptive analysis or other descriptive panels, and the data can be integrated into a large data set or library for the use of the community whenever applicable. Thank you.
Effective assessment of coffee's sensory attributes is a big part of how we value coffee, particularly in the specialty coffee world. Effective assessment differs from descriptive assessment in some important ways, and understanding the difference between the two is a big part of appraising coffee's value. Whereas descriptive assessment answers the question, what does it taste like? Effective assessment can answer a different category of questions, such as these two. Do I like the coffee? And how much? And is this coffee of high quality? These questions are answered in different ways, but both are related to the emotional response, the effect that a food or drink has on a taster. Here you see two examples. The first is a photo of my daughter, the first time she ate watermelon. The look on her face makes it clear that she's having a powerful, positive response to the flavor of the fruit. This is known as a hedonic response because it's related to pleasure. A professional wine taster may have a more complex response to a glass of wine and may analyze their own hedonic responses within the context of others' preferences and quality norms. Though this process is more analytical, it's fundamentally the same. It's a process of measuring human response to the stimulus of flavor. In sensory science, the definition of effective assessment is as follows. It's any method used to assess acceptance, liking, preference, or emotions for a stimulus or stimuli. But what does this mean within the context of a coffee cupping? We might use descriptive analysis to objectively evaluate the constituent flavors of a coffee, but how do we measure effective responses to coffee's flavors? In coffee, we've developed a term that captures the essence of effective assessment in a coffee cupping, and we call it the impression of quality. The impression of quality is a coffee taster's opinion of the distinctiveness and desirability of a coffee sensory category, reflecting either their own preference or a known market preference. So this is how a cupper switches from describing the coffee's sensory attributes to expressing their impressions of a coffee's quality in response to those attributes. This process relies on a cupper's expert opinion developed through experience. Now, it's important to remember that this assessment, like all effective measures, is subjective. It might reflect a cupper's personal response or a known market preference. In other words, predicting others' effective responses. Importantly, one would not expect perfect alignment between cuppers on effective measurements, since they're based on individual or market preferences, which are diverse. And in fact, this is exactly what we see. Diversity in effective measurements throughout the coffee world. In sensory science, the classic tool to measure effective response is called the 9-point hedonic scale, which was developed in the 1940s to measure consumer response to foods. The scale goes from like extremely, which is a 9, to dislike extremely, a 1. The midpoint is neutral and scores a 5. The great thing about the 9-point hedonic scale is that it is adaptable to a variety of contexts. The Smiley hedonic scale, used here, can be used even across language barriers, which is a great example of a 9-point hedonic scale used for children. In our next phase of coffee value assessment, we're planning on introducing a formal effective assessment to accompany a descriptive assessment in coffee cupping. This will be based on the concept of impression of quality, and we'll use a 9-point hedonic scale. We've figured out a way to translate this hedonic rating to the familiar 1-point coffee scale that we're accustomed to. We're excited about the potential of this tool, and we know it'll help us paint a much clearer picture of coffee's value.
Before we jump into the final bit of today's joint presentation, let's take a really quick moment to recap. Thanks to Kim's presentation, you'll now have a really solid understanding of what we mean when we say attributes, how cupping is used to assess flavor attributes, and the fact that people value attributes differently depending on their preferences. From Mario, you will have learned more about how we measure a coffee's intrinsic attributes through sensory testing and how descriptive testing helps us to create profiles for consumers or to help us align along your own supply chain. And finally, from Peter, you'll have learned how effective assessment is different from descriptive assessment, why effective assessment is so important, and all about that 9-point hedonic scale. So if you've been keeping tabs since we first showed this list of attribute types, you may have noticed that we've covered 2 of the 3 categories of attributes, but we haven't yet dug into the 3rd category, extrinsic attributes. And that's my job here today. I'm actually going to start us off with a story. Nearly 6 years ago, as I was helping to prepare a panel of speakers on green buying ethics for the first ever Roaster Guild of Europe camp, the role and value of a coffee story, specifically a verifiable story, came up again and again as I was chatting with these amazing presenters who were going to be giving this panel. To put this idea to the test, we planned a cupping where attendees would assess coffees from Bolivia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Brazil, and Myanmar without any identifying information, and then again with more identifying information about the coffee. And we would ask them to score it both before and after having access to that information, and to tell us whether they would buy it both before and after they had seen sort of the coffee story. So back then, I think the goal was to make a point that cuppers would be more forgiving of a coffee with a lower score if it had a compelling story. In hindsight, what we were really hoping to do was capture some data showing the power of extrinsic attributes when it came to determining a coffee's value. Unfortunately, with an amazing group of this size, pretty much everything that you could imagine that might go wrong with a cupping of this kind and of this size, it all went wrong. Some cups were mixed up on tables, information was made available too early, some folks moved from table to table to sort of see what their friends thought of different coffees. And so even though we came away with some, let's say, data, we completely discarded it. We said it was pocket science and we moved on. And to be honest, I hadn't even really thought about it until we were preparing for this event. So why am I telling you this story? Not so much to confess my inability to logistically plan a complicated cupping back in 2016, although clearly mea culpa, but rather to highlight the fact that even then, even though we as coffee people profess that it's what's in the cup that matters, we already had a sense that a coffee's intrinsic qualities weren't the only thing that mattered when a buyer was making a purchase decision. As Peter asked at Rico earlier this year, it's what's in the cup that matters, but is it the only thing that matters? In the same presentation, Peter showed us just how powerful extrinsic attributes are by tracing examples across both larger beverage categories like the brand impact of consumers' preferences for Pepsi versus Coca-Cola in blind taste tests. And he also talked us through the impact of extrinsic attributes like origin and process on other specialty products like Serrano ham, especially when it comes to things like purchase intent and product loyalty. So if you haven't seen it already, I'd recommend you take a few minutes to watch or listen. You'll be able to find it here in the Green Coffee Summit resource library after we're done with the live event this week. Even though I was ill-equipped to conduct a scientifically sound experiment with those camp attendees back in 2016, good news. That was not the only experiment that was being done. There's actually been an explosion of research on different facets of this very question in the coffee space. So first, we know now that the cup itself matters. Professor Charles Spence and Dr. Fabiana Carvalho found that the shape, the color, and even the texture of a vessel can alter a drinker's perception of the coffee inside. And actually, if you've been an attendee at Virtual Rico or Sensory Summit, there's a really good chance you've experienced this crazy cool situation for yourself. Their research and others also shows us that what's around the cup matters too. Different genres of music or kinds of soundscapes alter an individual's perception of sweetness and bitterness. And actually, it's really exciting. Dr. Carvalho is in the middle of conducting research for the SCA's Coffee Science Foundation, where she's exploring the impact of a coffee's packaging on the drinker's perception of the coffee inside once it's brewed. It's really exciting, and I cannot wait to see the results when they're ready. But what, I hear you say, Jen, what about those less tangible or experiential extrinsic attributes that we're more likely to take into consideration when buying green or roasted coffee? This is, after all, Green Coffee Summit. Well, I have good news for you. We also know that what you know matters. One of the features I was so excited to commission for this next issue of 25, our biannual publication, confirms the significant influence an extrinsic attribute can have on consumers' taste. While attached to an electroencephalograph, also known as an EEG, you know, the thing with all the wires that attaches to your head, it records brain activity. And while they were attached to one of these, coffee drinkers were first asked to taste and rate a coffee blind, so without any information at all. After a sip of water as a palate cleanse, they read a quick and simple explanation of a geographical indication, which, if you don't know, is a type of legal protection for traditional foods that have a strong bond with a place's natural and human characteristics. Next, they were told that the second coffee they were about to taste, which unbeknownst to them was the same as the first, was from a place that had a geographical indication. So they tasted again while they were hooked up to this EEG, and they recorded some brain activity. What they found was that the very simple act of implying a coffee had come from a particular kind of location, so not even sharing any of the actual details themselves, this impacted a coffee drinker's cognitive processing while they were tasting the coffee itself. So different parts of their brain just completely lit up. And interestingly enough, these results seem remarkably similar to the Pepsi paradox results from the 2004 study by McClure and many other researchers that Peter referenced at RICO. They found that the tests conducted with brand information lit up different parts of the brain than the blind tests, and also that once brand information was made available, preferences shifted as well. So if I think back to the value of stories, and specifically verifiable stories that we were so keen to trace back in 2016, there's now also a wealth of research to show more concretely that what we care about matters and how we value what's in the cup too. Another 25 feature, surprise, surprise, this one written by Professor Nizam Abdu, explores the findings of a meta-analysis of research on different kinds of eco-labels to see whether or not consumers were willing to pay more for a coffee that was eco-labeled over one that wasn't. Now, they found sort of 22 different studies, and they chose to focus on them, and they were exploring how different factors affect consumers' willingness to pay. And across these 22 studies, they found that people are willing to pay $1.36 US more for a pound of coffee produced in an eco-friendly way. This too maps onto a study by Arnott, Boxall, and Cash in 2006, which found that in a real-life setting, consumers were less price-sensitive and willing to pay more for coffee labeled fair trade. And it's not just everyone else's research. Even our own consumer research confirms the importance of extrinsic attributes. We've actually been tracking this for a long time, even if we didn't quite understand or see how it fit into everything we're talking about now. The specialty coffee consumer studies we undertook in 2013 and 2016 show a growing consumer interest in coffee's origin, sustainability attributes like whether or not it was farmed organically, and what we're calling fairness attributes. So is the coffee fair trade, or were the farm workers paid a living wage? And even today, with our more recent research, the collaborative specialty coffee report that we released with the National Coffee Association of the US, I think the first version was in 2021, it also tracks significant consumer interest in sustainability and fairness attributes. So it's really, really important, and we are seeing this in lots of different places. Now, I've mentioned a lot of things here, so if you're interested in exploring any of these research or features that I've referenced today, you will be able to find them in the Green Coffee Summit Resource Library after today's event. And there's a ton to explore that's directly related to a lot of what we're talking about today. So I would encourage you to sort of like search around using the search and filter tool to see if you can, find some things that are really exciting. I know I'm excited by them, but it is just me. All of this further confirms the thread of logic around why sensory testing best practice is to avoid combining different types of tests together. When we taste a coffee, any kind of extrinsic information we have available not only impacts our brain's intake and interpretation of a coffee's sensorial properties, but also our preferences. So, that is why my colleague, Dr. Mario Fernandez Alduenda, who you've already heard from today, and researcher Ruquiat Del Rue proposed an extrinsic attribute compartment of the evolved SCA cupping protocol and form. After assessing a coffee's intrinsic attributes using the descriptive compartment and performing a cup quality assessment in the affective compartment, cupping form users will have the ability to record a coffee's extrinsic attributes too. Now, these may include all types of information about a coffee's history. So it could include relevant traceability, origin, processing, or sustainability information. And the amount of information captured using this kind of form about an available coffee lot could be indicative of its extrinsic value. A coffee lot where all types of information are known might immediately become more valuable for certain buyers than an anonymous lot with little more than country of origin and a lot number. If we were to begin using a more standardized form to capture this kind of information, it might accompany a coffee lot in the future, kind of like a bill of lading, helping buyers to find the kinds of coffees valued by different kinds of consumers, and importantly, helping producers to capture more of the value of their coffee in the process. So while we have all of this research to confirm that we are on the right track with this extrinsic attribute compartment, we are still very much exploring how this could be incorporated into the coffee value assessment system. There is really so much more for us to do on this journey to evolve the cupping form and protocol, and we are really excited to have more of you join us as we continue to test these ideas. So if you haven't been putting things in the chat already, please do, because we are about to jump into Q&A, and this is a great opportunity for us to answer your questions, but also for us to hear from you. Really curious to hear what you think, and I'm going to turn it over to Q&A now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you all. Okay, so here we all are live now, wearing different outfits than we were wearing in those pre-recorded videos. I have a couple of questions that I would love to ask you all, and maybe be asked. We can do this in sort of a, informal fashion with the question asking and answering, since we've all worked together on this. But I also really want to make sure to encourage people to put their questions in the chat. And to do that, I want to start off with one of those questions that came up in the chat already. So I see, let me see in the Q&A here, I see that Chad asked, hi Chad, can anyone address how other parts of our value stream will access and understand these concepts so they are equally empowered with the updates on how their coffees will be assessed? That's a good question. And I think that, knowing how the coffee industry and coffee system has worked over many, many years, it's appropriate to be sort of skeptical or to be nervous about whether or not, say, producers are going to have access to information. And I'll say, that's one of the things that concern, or seeing that and feeling that same sort of concern, is part of what led us to have an event like this one, free to attend, about sharing information and resources, especially oriented to anyone who's in the business of selling coffee, creating this whole resource library. And when it comes to the cupping form specifically, that survey that Jen mentioned and the report that Mario and Rukia Del Rue wrote, those survey results gave us a lot of perspective from people in producing roles around the world, saying that yes, they understood the need to change this form, and also urging us to move cautiously because it is so important. And that's one of the reasons that we're talking about it now, and we're not, launching something fully formed, saying, guess what, everyone, we've got the new thing. So this is very much still a work in progress. We've been doing pilot cuppings with this form, including at the Coffee Roasters Guild retreat a couple of months ago. That was a pretty big one, some smaller ones. But the first one of these that we did actually was hosted by Mario in conjunction, before the World of Coffee show in Milan, but it was really focused on a group of coffee cuppers from coffee producing countries who were traveling around Europe and meeting with some of their buyers. So the first group of stakeholders to give us any input on this idea of an evolved form was a group of coffee suppliers. And then the only other thing that occurs to me on this that seems relevant is that for the past couple of years, we've been working on an Introduction to Specialty Markets course, which both Mario and I have given a few times in English and Spanish in the context of different events. Mario will be doing this in Peru next week, in fact, that really builds on this idea of knowing your attributes, your coffee's attributes as a producer or seller, knowing which markets value those attributes, because different markets around the world have different preferences for flavors and certifications, and then directing your coffee to the market that values your coffee's attributes. So that has all these things are kind of coming together as we're looking ahead to 2023 and a campaign that takes us in the process of raising awareness about this and sort of talking through it and teaching through it to both consuming or traditional consuming country venues and to producing country venues and audiences. So I know that was sort of a long-winded answer, but I think it raises, or it gives me a chance to talk about some of the stuff in the future that we're excited about doing. So
one thing I think it's worth adding is one thing that struck me as we were working on this is I was reflecting on what the scene was like 20 years ago when the current forum was drafted, and there were only a small handful of cuppers at that time. And in those intervening 2 decades, our industry has done a fantastic job training cuppers to the SCA methodology throughout the world. And that the evidence of that was when we did that survey that Marian Rukiat led. So many of the respondents were from producing countries, and it reminded, and there was thousands of respondents to that, like 1,700 respondents to that survey, many of whom were in producing countries. So the good news about that is our industry does know how to spread ideas like the cupping protocol throughout our value chains. That doesn't mean it will happen automatically, but what it does mean is that the potential for us to do this is high, and your question is evidence of lots of people in the industry who want to do it. Kim, can I take the next question? Because I'm really excited about it.
Sure, of course. Yeah, don't need to ask me for permission.
Yeah, there was a question that asked, are these trends of consumer behavior unique to coffee, or would they trend the same way with other beverages or food? One of the reasons that I'm excited about that question is a lot of this, the research that went into us designing this, is because of research that was done in other food sciences and consumer sciences with other foods. I like to point out that coffee is not independent of other food trends. It is very aligned with other foods, the way people include it in their lives, the way people evaluate its quality, and the extrinsic things that make it desirable. So we looked at studies from chocolate, from Serrano ham, from candy, from soy sauce, from all sorts of different foods. And we synthesized those learnings and applied them to the coffee example. So there's a big connection. I would say this line of thinking that you've just heard about today is really consistent with the best of food and consumer science right now. And that's one reason why we're so confident and excited about it. There's another question about the draft form. Maybe my colleague Mario can handle that one.
Right. Yes. So our goal is to launch the system at large by Expo in April at Portland. In the meantime, we are in the process of fine-tuning our prototype forms in small controlled experiments, and then starting January through April, we'll enter what we call an early adopters phase with selected group of adopters, which will start using the form before it's launched publicly in April. And then we are planning to make it standard maybe the following year, starting 24.
All right, I know that we're going to have to say goodbye to Jen in a minute because she has to meet the presenters for our next session. So I wanted to make sure that I got a chance to ask you something that I know you are in the best position to answer, which is always, where can I go to learn more about this?
Yes, absolutely. So here in the resource library itself, if you go to the search and filter page and you select value assessment, you'll pull up a list of resources that are related to this topic or things that we've sort of thought about or explored along the way, because this really has been sort of a long, slow journey, even sort of, thinking about it from the different ways in which things come together over time. Of course, the main sort of resource, I think, where you'll be getting the most sort of urgent updates as they happen is sca.coffee/value-assessment, where we are housing all of the resources. We're adding more information all the time. And in fact, some of the videos that you saw just a few minutes ago, I think we're planning on trying to condense those a little bit, make it a really quick and easy primer to sort of getting involved or just understanding what's happening, so that when we do release the early adopter program, you kind of have a good sense of where everything has come from. So there's quite a few places where you can find things, but it's going to start peppering in lots of different places. So if you haven't seen it already, issue 18 of 25 has quite a few features that are related to this. Over the coming weeks, as we talk about some of the resources that are in the library, I think we're going to be drawing some connections to the things that we have released here, maybe that aren't even directly tied to the coffee value assessment system, but that are, you can find sort of some of the ideas or the underpinning logic there and make some of those connections. So definitely there will be a lot to come. But if you're looking for the two sort of easiest ways to find all these resources, it's either here in the resource library using the tag value assessment or sca.coffee/value-assessment.
Thank you, Jen, and we'll see you in the next session. There was a question here that caught my eye because it had organic in it, and I talked about sustainability certifications as a possible attribute that the little coffee bean possessed, and then Jen talked also a little bit about sustainability attributes and what we know from research. And so this question about or plea to consider organic production, I think is, that's a great example of one of those extrinsic attributes about coffee that we see being highly valued in some places by some buyers and contexts, and then much less valued in other places. And that's been true for the history of specialty coffee, for the history of organic certification in coffee, that it has not been equally attractive or appealing to all buyers. And so one of the things that we've tried that we're doing, and including that sort of producer-oriented introduction to specialty coffee markets workshop that we've done, is to identify what those differences are in markets, to make that information more easily accessible, so that someone who has organic coffee or that they're trying to sell, or even someone who is trying to determine whether or not they want to pursue organic certification as a producer, can understand the different market dynamics. If you're selling coffee in Korea, will there be a significantly increased demand for your coffee if you transition to organic? The answer to that question is going to be different than if your main market is Germany, and it's going to be different if your main market is, you're in Brazil and your main market is Brazil, you're, the country in which you live. So it's not to say that at some point in the long-term future, we won't have the same sort of organic penetration of all of the different markets, but right now that's not the case. It's going to be highly dependent on factors like the consumption generally of coffee or the maturity of the market. So we are trying to describe that more clearly and update that information so that people who are in the position to sell organic coffee know where they should be selling it, what kind of response they're likely to get, where there's more and less risk. And I think the same probably could be said for not just other sustainability certifications, which is, what interested me about this, but processing methods, or let's see, other kinds of the marketing techniques, packaging, all sorts of other decisions that are being made all the time. As someone who has coffee is trying to figure out, where they're going to get the best reception to their efforts.
There was a question that caught my eye about, and the question was, how much data was acquired by SCA and research outside of the US, UK, and European markets regarding consumer preferences and value of attributes to coffee buying preferences? That's a great question. And in many ways, that question is a big part of what's driving this project to begin with. Because the realization that we came to some years ago is that it's in understanding consumer preferences, the key is understanding their response to these attributes. And so we needed a system within the specialty coffee industry that was organized around measuring those attributes, because that's the first step. Understanding what the attributes are is the first step towards understanding consumer response to them, whether in the US, Europe, or elsewhere in the world. Now, the good news is there does exist some consumer research in the academic literature around how consumers respond to various attributes in coffee. Not a ton, though. We at SCA have, in the past few years, started focusing more on attributes in the US. One example of that is the work that we've done with the National Coffee Association on the National Coffee Drinking Trend Studies. We introduced sensory attributes to that consumer research last year for the first time. So, but that's in the US, and you were asking about other countries. And the good news is that when we launched this forum, this protocol, this philosophy of tasting coffee, we will be able to see that. We will be able to see how different countries respond to different attributes, both intrinsic sensory attributes, like the descriptive ones Mario talked about, and the extrinsic attributes, which Kim was just talking about in relation to organic, which is super important information for producers to have. So really the answer is, this is a tool. We see this as a tool that helps us get to that information that you're talking about. And that's another really exciting thing to us about this.
I think we probably have time for maybe one more question. And one thing that I wanted to just sort of open up as maybe as food for thought for the audience here, because obviously this is the Green Coffee Summit, and so we are targeting an audience that is currently involved in or interested in buying and selling green coffee. But we also know it's a free to attend event. The SCA audience, communities, email distribution list is very broad and includes a lot of people who are not in Green Coffee Summit, in Green Coffee presently. So I think that a question that might be worth discussing a little bit is, whether there are other applications for this cupping form that we've been talking about, like for analyzing, evaluating roasted coffee and brewed coffee. The descriptive form in particular, is this something that could be used by someone in the community for some sort of coffee evaluation or description that isn't just about green coffee buying and selling? And I'll put that to you, Mario, since you talked about descriptive in your portion of the presentation.
Sure, thank you. Well, the system is designed to assess green coffee from all points of view, including green coffee grading, different aspects of sensory, all those extrinsic attributes you have mentioned. Because of course, green coffee is the way how coffee is traded internationally, and that's the stage where it's most important to assess it for value determination. Historically, many people have been using our SCA cupping form to also assess roasted or even brewed coffee, even though it was not designed for that. But this time we are, in fact, introducing a specific element which can be applied to other stages of coffee, all the way from the fresh cherries to the brewed coffee. And that's the descriptive form, because the descriptive form is not related to the stage of coffee. It can describe the coffee's flavor at any point. And of course, you could also use the extrinsic attributes analysis for any stage of coffee, because any stage of coffee will have associated extrinsic attributes. So those two are applicable to other stages beyond green coffee. And we trust that the descriptive form will be very useful for roasters and retailers, also to convey their coffee's flavor to consumers in a friendlier way than just telling them the score.
Great. Yeah, there are a lot of, I guess, exciting possibilities to continue to explore. So I'm looking at the clock. I see that we have reached the hour mark, which means it's time to wrap up this conversation and move from here to the second session of the Green Coffee Summit, where we will be hearing about the El Grano sourcing and production trends report. So Mario, Peter, and Jen in her absence, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Thank you all for your questions, for engagement. I hope that that we'll continue to hear from you, and you'll continue to ruminate on these things and share, and talk to us and talk to each other. So, all right, bye all.
Bye.
Hello, and thank you all for being here. I really hope you are enjoying the second and final day of this year's Green Coffee Summit. Now, I know I've already introduced myself a few times already, having just jumped from the last session to be here, but just in case you've only just joined us, my name is Jen Rugelow, and I am the Curatorial Director and Editor of the SCA's biannual publication 25. This moment is also a really great opportunity for me to quickly thank the partners whose support allows us to produce these free-to-attend virtual events. In this case, it's our title sponsor, Barista Attitude, and our supporting sponsors, BWT Water & More, Mercanta, and San Coffee Brazil. Our next session, a panel on coffee sourcing and production trends in Europe from 2021 to 2022, will be led by a moderator who may already be familiar to some of you. Founder of Radio Lifeline, Peter Kettler, who has been active in the specialty coffee industry for over 25 years with experience in the roasting, retail, trading, and development sectors. Peter's career history includes really interesting and impactful projects like Radio Lifeline, a farmer-focused initiative that created a network of community radio stations to provide farmers with vital information, which Peter founded in 2004, or the Black Earth Project, the first large-scale research into the use of biochar by smallholder coffee farmers, a project Peter launched in 2010. In 2019, Peter joined Fairtrade International as the Global Coffee Manager, and most recently he has served as the Senior Coffee Advisor to the International Trade Center. And if that last name sounds familiar, it's because they recently released the 4th edition of the Coffee Buyer's Guide, a reference that we spoke about yesterday in a different session, which is another incredible free resource. So if you haven't checked that out, I would also suggest that you do. So now I would really love to welcome Peter. If you want to flip your camera on, we are so excited to have you. I know we are in great hands, so I'm just going to disappear now so you can tell the audience a little bit more about the session, introduce our panelists, and start the discussion. And audience, don't forget to ask your questions in the panel in the chat. I will be in the background helping to get them over to our panel here, but I will reappear very briefly at the end. Peter, it's all yours. Thank you so much for leading us in this session.
Thank you, Jen, and welcome everybody to what I'm sure is going to be a compelling panel discussion where we'll be focusing on some of the key findings of the 2021-22 El Grano Market Trends Review. We'll be looking at the methodology that was used to compile the report, as well as how some of the trends identified in that report continue to evolve today in the face of so many internal and external challenges affecting the coffee industry. And today I'm joined by the CEO of El Grano, as well as a research team that helped to compile the data. So at this point, I'd like to invite each of them to take a moment to introduce themselves. Panel? There they are. Nora, let's start with you.
Thanks, Peter. Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me. So my name is Nora Berkey. I am the founder and executive director of the Chain Collaborative. We do a lot of things as a nonprofit in the coffee industry, but one of those things is consulting on various assignments. And so in this past year, we had the absolute privilege to be a part of the Market Trends Review for El Grano. So I served alongside Elisa as one of the principal authors and researchers for the report. So I will turn it over to Elisa now.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for having us. It's really a nice opportunity to be able to share with you some of these trends that we identified. My name is Elisa Christian, and I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Coffee Future. And as Nora mentioned, alongside with her, we collaborated to be able to compile these findings for El Grano. So I will turn it over to Rafael.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you, with you, hopefully later in the session as well. As Peter said, I'm the CEO and one of the 3 co-founders of El Grano. We are connecting since 2015 roasters and coffee growers. We are doing this through an online platform where they can trade together online, and we are supporting them with everything that all the details that happen afterwards in terms of execution, exporting, importing, financing, insurance of the coffee, quality assurance, etc. We're doing so with around 400 roasters in 30 countries and around 200 coffee growers and cooperatives in 20 countries.
Great. Thank you. I'd also like to note that the full bios of our speakers, our panelists, are available on the Green Coffee Summit website, and that you can find links to their individual work and also a copy of the full El Grano report in the chat. So without further ado, I'd like to dig into the report itself. And I'd like to start by asking all of you about how you compiled the report, because it must have been especially challenging given the unprecedented issues that the global pandemic brought to all of us and the level of uncertainty that it brought to so many different aspects of our lives. I think that many of us found the report really valuable because it created a kind of virtual snapshot of an industry in crisis and how the industry responded to that additional stress. So can you start by telling us how you went about designing the report and the main benefits that you hope to provide to the industry as a whole?
Yeah, I'm happy to give the feed or the background here. So we are doing this report now for the second time, or we did the report for the second time. And the intention behind it is that we see a lot of information about origin countries being shared with coffee roasters. We know how the crop looks like in Colombia. We know whether it rains in Brazil. We in the roasting countries have a lot of information. That's unfortunately not true about the other side. So there's very little information about demand going back to origin. And that's the intention of this report. So to stop this information asymmetry, to provide information back to producers to understand what are consuming trends and where is the market heading. For this report, it was very, as you mentioned, Peter, it was a very interesting environment. The coffee industry was under stress. We had huge prices, and it was very important for us to understand whether this is a normal boom period or whether there are significant changes where roasters and sellers react differently to the boom due to the stresses we saw in the system as the pandemic. And, there were a lot of hypotheses in our heads, and there were, of course, also a lot of things we heard from roasters. And that's why it was for us so important to have somebody independent going independently after some research questions. And that's when we got in touch with Elisa and Nora. And that was really, really, I would say not just luck, but I think their work is incredible. The report exceeded all our expectations, and the benefits. I can maybe tell you a few numbers. They spoke to roasters from 13 countries. They spoke to producers from 15 countries. There were independent industry organizations and etc. involved in the report, and it got extremely deep and hundreds of downloads within 2 weeks. So, the report was translated in Spanish, in Portuguese. Initially, it was written in English, and we saw people posting in forums about the report. And I think, that's the best way to measure the benefits it has. I think there is information in this report that is valuable as well for growers as for roasters. And we saw it really spread very quickly, and I'm very happy because that's also, of course, a big reward for the great work Nora and Elisa did. You're on mute, Peter. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sure it was a difficult landscape to navigate under any circumstances, but especially under the pandemic. So I'm wondering, what were some of the most critical issues related to producers that you discovered in the process of compiling the report? And then conversely, also, what were those issues most important to roasters?
Thanks for the question, Peter. I know we're going to talk a little bit about how the pandemic maybe exacerbated or played into a lot of these challenges as well a little bit down the line in the webinar. So I'll focus on the critical issues both for producers and roasters right now. And I think for me, the main issue that came up during the research process wasn't actually so much something new, but rather a new take on the same or something that we've been navigating for a while, and that's profitability. So it's obvious that in the past year, one of the factors that the specialty coffee industry had to navigate was, quote unquote, high prices. And I'm putting that in quotes because I think it's important to note that prices are only high in comparison to where they've been in the past, which is consistently low and artificially low, really. So, what was new, and it was in terms of how these prices, I think, were managed in the past year, in the past year and a half, as a result of many other things that were going on. But I think, the kind of fluctuation itself is something consistent. But I'll first talk about how this particular fluctuation, caused issues on the roaster side and then the producers. So in the case of the roasters, at least for those that we spoke to, many said that they struggled to know when the best time to buy coffee was or when they should lock in contracts. They said they were, in some cases, either, waiting for the price to fall sort of at first. And then once they realized it wasn't going to fall, they were kind of waiting to know when was the best time to buy coffee before it would, the price would rise again. And then that related to other issues where, it was a the low production, which I know we're going to get into. And so it was, hard to know if coffee would become available. Many other reasons why it was challenging to know if coffee would become available. And we'll talk about that. But I think in face of all those challenges, what I saw as really unique is that many of the roasters that we talked to were very open about needing to take a hit on profitability themselves. For the most part, they really understood the position that farmers and especially cooperatives who bought from small scale farmers were in, and that they were facing challenges in fulfilling their own contracts with other buyers. And I know, as I said, I keep saying we're going to talk about it. Elisa will mention that, what that meant. But for roasters, they understood that they needed to compensate farmers fairly as well, and so they ended up working in partnership with the farmers that they bought from, and in some cases they kind of spent more and they earned less, and this became a bit of a strategy. I will say that we talked to a lot of front runners, right, and we talked to a lot of people in the specialty coffee industry who have really been active and vocal advocates for a while for equity and sustainability. So maybe there was some sort of bias in that answer, but I did find it to be unique. And then on the kind of the farmer side, I think it's important to note too that the sort of hit that maybe the roasters took, and they were spending more, earning less, that didn't also mean increased profitability for farmers either. Most of the farmers and farmer representatives that we spoke to were lamenting the fact that prices for fertilizer, for example, were really high. And this pointed to the fact that kind of everyone was aware that prices for coffee were higher. So input suppliers, locally thought, well, hey, if prices for coffee are higher, then farmers can afford more for their inputs. So there was this increase in local speculation that meant at the end of the day, even if the price of coffee increased, so did cost of production, ergo, declining or at least, the same level of profitability in the best case scenario. So, I think there were a lot of other things that impacted that and different challenges that of course, that farmers and roasters mentioned. But, that to me was kind of one of the biggest takeaways and something that I would encourage people to really focus on in the report. And then maybe lastly as well, this issue of financing, because if prices are increasing, then that meant that, cooperatives, or especially those who are buying from small scale farmers, they needed increased financing to be able to make their sales. And so in a world where pre-finance is already difficult, rising prices didn't necessarily help matters. Not to say that we shouldn't figure out a way to keep prices high, but it was of course just a challenge. And then lastly, before I turn it over to one of my colleagues, I think the other thing that stood out was that this kind of volatility and the need to manage so many challenges, farmer representatives and farmers themselves are really sort of saying this is a bit like business as usual, in the sense that, yes, there's uniqueness in what's going on, but coffee is never easy, profitability is never easy, and managing prices and local speculation, it's always around us. So I think they felt prepared in a way for it as well. And so, yeah, I think I'll leave it there for now, but can we return to that question a little bit later in terms of, was this really new, what we saw, or more of the same, just in a different way?
Great. Thanks, Nora. Yeah, what's old is new again. Raphael, do you have something to add?
My biggest surprise to it, because I was, or one finding the finding that surprised me most actually, that is really when I read the report first, and I literally saw it when it looked beautiful, and then that all the pictures and graphs in it, and there was I was supposing that with problems in the supply chain, so we had a lot of coffees that were late on water, that would not reach roasters at the time. We had prices that were high and growers with other opportunities to sell their coffees with less effort at interesting prices locally. I was supposing that these direct business relationships between roasters and producers will get under pressure, and some will also maybe stop, and that's not what the report found. So 50% of the roasters, that were interviewed, and that's also important. So the research team was free to interview whatever roasters. That's not just Algrano customers, right? they were answering that direct business relationships or direct trade is important for them. And 2/3 of the producers and the roasters interviewed mentioned that they will invest more in the future to build more of those direct relationships. And I think that, was for me really, really surprising to see that they see in the direct relationship actually one of the key elements for their long-term sustainable development of their business. And they were not just for fun when prices were low and maybe a roaster paid a better price. They really stick to it and keep nurturing them. And for me, this, shows that these two ends of the supply chain in the future will connect more, and that will also, and I think we will talk about this later also, that will certainly also redefine the role of traders in between, etc. in the future. That was one of the takeaways.
Yeah, thank you. Alyssa, what's your take on this?
Thank you, Peter. Yes, well, for me, I would say, a lot has been mentioned already from Nora and Raphael. So I felt maybe two major aspects kind of resonated with me a lot. The first one, kind of picking on what Raphael was saying about the direct relationship. If we look at more like local relationships, so it was interesting to see that cooperatives and cooperative representatives themselves were somehow caught in some complicated situations because of the high price of coffee. There were like a lot of individual producers that were normally selling to these associations that decided to potentially sell to others and try to get higher prices working with other players. So in that level, kind of that direct connection from the individual producers to the association was a bit less strong, I would say, compared to what we've seen between roasters and producers. And we saw that especially when interviewing, for example, two cooperatives. One was in Honduras and Costa Rica, so that was definitely something that came up a lot in Central America. But also something that added to the competition, the complexity that came up from the report was increased competition locally. So, for example, in Rwanda, we saw that one cooperative representative mentioned that internally in the country, there was higher competition, so potentially new exporting businesses coming up, competing with them. So, of course, that also affected somehow the internal market and increased kind of the struggle when it came from individual associations that were trying to sell the coffee. And of course, in general, as Nora mentioned, a lot of the frictions that already we saw from increased cost of production, such, for example, inputs that Nora mentioned about fertilizers and the complexity of signing contracts in a specific time, and then really added to that kind of decreased profit that these associations were seeing in that case. And on the other level, if we're looking at roasters, also another point they came up quite intensively was from roasters to how to communicate these increasing prices to final consumers, because of course, that also played a huge role. And I would say that in terms of responses that we got, they were trying to go in two different ways. The first way was either revisiting a bit the product strategy. So either looking at specialty roaster, for example, going for new coffee origin. That is also something that we're going to mention later on the webinar more specifically, but also looking at like new products, like such as launching new ready-to-drink beverages as well. but also differentiating with new service. So trying to maybe include, I don't know, training opportunities for their customers in their business model, as well as merchandising as well. So this is kind of one stream in which they were trying to increase profitability to kind of leverage these differences that kind of affected, of course, the increase in prices. And on the other side, instead, we also saw that other specialty roasters replying to kind of our questions were saying, for us instead is more like communicating this increase in prices more directly to our loyal customers. And we know that potentially some of these customers will probably kind of start, buying coffee somewhere else, and that's okay. And we'll try to strengthen as much as possible the relationship that we have with our most loyal customers, and work from there and try to build on top of those loyal relationships. So that's kind of the two ways that we saw. And I think I will leave it here in terms of major takeaways. This has been an extremely interesting report to work on, and there's definitely many more insights that we're going to share later on. So thank you for that.
Great, thanks. I mean, I think that there are so many different influences on the coffee market historically that it's kind of hard to extrapolate what results and what impacts the pandemic itself in an isolated way had on the coffee market. So I'm wondering whether we can now sort of fast forward, because, we're now nearly a year out from when this data was gathered. And I'm wondering if you have any insights about how these issues have sort of evolved since the report was published, and to what degree they're continuing to affect these various stakeholder groups. And I guess I want to start with you, Raphael, because I think it's one thing in mid-pandemic to be talking about direct trade relationships, but how have those endured now that we're, at this stage of the pandemic, where we're still, there's still lots of problems around logistics and pricing?
Yeah, I had some thoughts when I was listening to Nora and Elisa, because they were both mentioning a lot of profitability, and I think that's very important for producers to understand. It's not just the FOB price that affects a roaster. There is often a currency exchange that is volatile as well. I mean, the euro lost a lot against dollars these last months. We have shipping rates that were for a long time fixed, because there were contracts a year out with shipping companies that suddenly increased. And we are getting to a point where it's not anymore where roasters realize I cannot sit it out. So it's not just that I will have a year of lower profitability. It's getting to the point where I believe it can affect the top line. And the top line means, market share, means revenues, means growth. And, that's not just because of the price of the input per se, but we have other issues that stroke as well. We have in Europe and the US shortage of labor. I'm traveling through the West Coast. In every coffee shop I see we are hiring. There is shortage of labor. We have the first time a reduction of Arabica consumption in Europe, they reported. We have I see roasters ordering less from the same partners at origin, because they're saying, I just cannot compete with this price with that other coffee from another, maybe other origin. Consumers will switch. And I think there is, last but not least, especially in Europe, there is also a gas shortage that is expected, and that might even, put roasters out of business, just because they cannot produce anymore. And I think this is really getting to a different stage. And I think that's very important to note. That report was written when everybody was hoping and thinking and answering in a mindset of it's going to be over. And I think that going to be over just lasts longer, and new problems add to it. And that's certainly something to be taken into account for the next 3 years report. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now I'm going to ask you all to kind of aim your telescopes even a little bit higher at the horizon and look out a little bit further and talk about some of these long-term trends, because obviously, even before the pandemic started to be an issue in our lives and all of the effects started to be calculated, the coffee industry was already grappling with any number of existing challenges, which, were linked to climate change, farmer livelihoods, value distribution, finance, traceability, transparency, all of those things. So I'm wondering, in your estimation, how did the pandemic interact with these issues, and has it led to any significant changes in how the industry approaches these challenges? Because I know on a personal level, many of us saw the pandemic as an opportunity to kind of hit the reset button. How did that happen in the industry?
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, I think I know Elisa will have a lot to say about this, so I'll just start for now by mentioning how we approached looking at the pandemic and the research itself. And I would say that we approached the research more looking at the pandemic more in the sense of the pandemic kind of framed, or wasn't necessarily the cause, but was the frame of the challenges that we were trying to understand. So we were trying to understand the challenges the industry was facing sort of post-pandemic, and whether or not they were caused or influenced by the pandemic. It was interesting to us, but that was sort of the frame that we looked at. We didn't necessarily look at how is the pandemic exacerbating every challenge, but rather just acknowledging that it did. And so that's kind of our frame, right? And it placed the industry in a position that it had to really navigate. And there were definitely some things that were unique about that, right? So in particular, some roasters, for example, talked about how it was really challenging to remain open if they had coffee shops during the pandemic, and so then to stay alive, for example, a lot of them had to switch to online sales. So the way we sort of kind of approached the research was to say, okay, how are you navigating those online sales, recognizing that the pandemic sort of caused that that shift, and I think it was a lot challenging for a lot of people to come away with just feeling like, okay, we've gotten out of this pandemic somewhat, right? We've sort of survived through the hardest time of it, and now the next thing is, okay, this is higher prices, and so we have to kind of figure out something else or another way to get through and kind of weather the storm. And so we didn't necessarily look at and whether or not, did the pandemic make people more resilient, and so they were more prepared for the changing prices and the changing landscape? I think anecdotally we can say probably, but we didn't do sort of specific research on increased levels of resilience. But I do think kind of thinking about that anecdotally is interesting. And the other thing that was, I think, critical for, as I mentioned before, trying to frame the research is we wanted to know which of these challenges post-pandemic we felt like were more here to stay. And I think one example of that is the online sales, as I mentioned, because it seems like they're going to stay. They're going to be a trend for the next while, which differs from prices, because I do think a lot of people were skeptical. A lot of the people we spoke to, whether they were producers, roasters, or other, were skeptical that prices would really remain high. They expected them to go back down. But conversely, once you create this new market and you're creating more online sales for the business, companies are going to want to continue that, and they're going to have conversations about how to grow that. So I would say right now, that's really where I think we are as roasters and producers as well, having more conversations about, okay, as a result of the pandemic and some of these sort of changes that it triggered, how do we meet these new market expectations or these new trends? Should we focus more on blends or single origins? And if people are buying online, what are they going to prefer? What's the sort of appetite for quality? And so, that's a lot of, I would say, what we looked at in the report, but also what I think we should be continuing in the conversation now. So I'll leave it there as an example and turn it over to Elisa as well.
Yeah, thanks. So just to stay on this point of pricing for a second, for so many years, the industry has been focused on increasing yields and improving quality. And now that we're seeing these elevated prices that look to be continuing for at least the next few months and into 2023, how has that impacted purchase strategies on the parts of roasters? Alyssa, do you have a point of view on that?
Yes, thank you, Peter. Yeah, it's been interesting because also, I would say also something that Rafael mentioned very, very briefly, the logistics aspect. So definitely, so we're seeing a lot of complexity throughout, and definitely also the kind of challenges that came from the increasing prices and the timeline shifts with the logistics really also affected how roasters were kind of strategizing behind when to buy, what to buy, and exactly how to make sure that they had the coffee that they needed available for their customers. And I would say that, of course, this is something that we are seeing, like the disruption is something that we saw also when we were collecting findings last year, but it's also something that we're seeing right now continuing to affect the end market actors when it comes to really understanding, when the coffee will be available or when it will arrive, and of course also those intermediaries like El Grano being affected as well. In terms of actual strategy, I would say that there were like two trends that we saw. We saw some roasters kind of went overstock and others trying to differentiate as much as possible. So, for example, in the report, you will see that some of the roasters that we interviewed mentioned that, for example, their strategy was looking for like similar origins. So if the coffee was not available, for example, in Colombia, then they could potentially buy from Peru, and that could allow them to have a bit of stability in the kind of purchasing strategies that they were trying to follow. However, of course, there was also an interest to leverage those direct connections that Rafael was talking about. So this connection directly with producers, and it was also interesting to hear from an example from a roasters in the Netherlands that mentioned that for those producers that they were working with for longer time, that was easier. They were able to find like a win-win solutions to make sure that the coffee was purchased and delivered as much as possible on time. Instead, for like new providers, so new relationship, that was definitely more challenging. And finally, I would say we saw also when it came to quality that there is technically on overall level an interest for kind of improving the base quality of coffee in the lower end of the specialty coffee sector. But at the same time, it's also interesting to see how those findings differentiated. So when we asked the same questions to like interviews that respondents, what happened there was that a lot of them were saying that they wanted to actually potentially drop like very new flavors and potentially try to offer more like premium coffees instead of very, very high level coffees compared to what was happening beforehand, before the pandemic. And instead, when we're looking at the respondents from the survey, we saw a lot of people there that were saying, for us, we still want to experiment, we still want to offer our customers very special coffees that otherwise are very difficult to find in the market. So that was a bit conflicting. But it's also, we can say just as very last comment that, of course, we did select potentially like interviews responded. Instead, the survey was more open based, and of course, that's probably why the responses and findings on that level are conflicting. But that's definitely kind of the impact that we saw, and also in connection to trends that are happening right now.
Gosh, there's so much to dig into there, and I I have to stop myself because I want to leave some time for Q&A, but there's other subjects that I want to dig into here and quickly pivot to the issue of sustainability, something very near and dear to my work, and I'm sure as well to yours and many of the audience members. So since its beginning, sustainability has been kind of a pillar of the specialty coffee industry. But our definition of sustainability within the industry has kind of remained, well, I don't know, elusive or kind of ever expanding. And it started off, being concerned with environmental stewardship, and then now it's evolved into social justice, farmer livelihoods, gender equality, access to education, and more recently, carbon footprints. So I'm wondering, given this prospect of continuing high prices, how do you see the industry continuing to invest in these important initiatives? And also, what role do certifications play, especially given these higher prices? Anybody want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. It's also my favorite topic, so I'll try to keep it short for time's sake, Peter. But yeah, I mean, I think what's really interesting is I was, I guess, skeptical going into the conversation with roasters and producers about sustainability, and felt like maybe there would have been a different answer from the European market versus the U.S. market. Skeptical in the sense that I wasn't sure what the commitment, would be. But at least for the European market, I was really pleasantly surprised to see that the roasters, as well as producers that were selling to the European market, really wanted to double down on sustainability and make it even more of a priority. First, I mean, they talked about it as from the perspective of marketing and how, similar to the need to make sure that they're selling quality, sourcing and selling quality coffee as the starting point. Both roasters and producers also acknowledge the need for coffee to be sustainable. Regardless of kind of the definition, but in some form, sustainable as a starting point, because this added to the concept of quality. And so in a way, this pointed to the need for differentiation, but it also, I think, differentiating by sustainability, but also just to the kind of relevance itself and the interest itself, which is definitely growing. And kind of beyond the marketing perspective, I think producers and roasters alike just simply understood that without a focus on sustainability, there might not be coffee in the future, or our coffee future will look very different, right? And so that mostly related to climate change and to kind of whether and what extent the coffee landscape, will be affected or completely different, or production will decrease. And I know we're planning to talk about some production predictions soon, but I think this was the concern around production and the concern around maybe the long-term impact of this, both on prices but livelihoods, really kept the point about sustainability front and center, for both roasters and producers that we spoke to. And then in terms of certifications, I think that was a different story. So based on what people said in the responses to the surveys, as well as in interviews, I think people were less interested in certifications as we sort of traditionally understand them. I think in the industry, often when you say certification, people, of course, think of things like Rainforest Alliance, organic certification, or fair trade. And while those certifications were not, it was not signaled to us that roasters, were interested in growing that aspect of their business as much as other types of differentiation. I think they really pointed to the interest in accountability and sustainability, sort of like proving their sustainability. That was of interest. And so in my mind, it's a little bit like certification of a different type. More and more companies are looking at B Corp, carbon neutrality. People mentioned wanting to do transparency reports as a way to differentiate themselves. And all of these things require audits, right? And they're kind of like a new wave of sustainability, or a new wave of accountability and certification of kind of a different name in the industry. So while I think I question the growth of these traditional types of certifications, I do think this accountability and pressure to be accountable and to certify in some way is continuing to grow. So of course, if it goes the way of traditional certification, we're definitely going to see a lot of criticism of that. But the interest is definitely there, and it's something to keep looking at for sure. So I think I missed a few things I wanted to say, but I know we're out of time. So go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, no. Thanks for that. I have about 10 more questions for you that I'm going to try to roll into like 2. I think that the coffee industry has always sort of encountered a lot of uncertainty, whether it's price volatility, whether it's weather patterns. But now we're sort of seeing this perfect storm of economic uncertainty, environmental uncertainty, currency valuations, interest rates, depleted ICE certified stocks, the questions about Brazilian harvest numbers, all of those things. And I think one of the results of that is the lack of long-term contracts that are being offered. And I just wonder if somebody would just briefly for a minute touch on what that looks like in the next year, how that's going to affect the industry.
Yeah, I totally see, or I totally share your view, Peter. There is less interest on both ends to enter long-term contracts. On one hand, planning got very hard for roasters. That's one thing. Sometimes they don't know when the coffee will arrive, so how should they plan the next purchase? That's one thing. The other thing is growers with the volatility in prices. Cooperatives were mentioned several times. It's very hard for them to agree to a price today. And then when they actually have to source the coffee from their members, prices are totally different, and they have troubles fulfilling the contracts. And so on one hand, it's very integral to say no today, and to say I cannot commit to that, rather than commit and then actually fail on executing or fail on delivering it. That's one thing that I think I prefer, the openness there, the discussion there. But on the other hand, it's also, there's also something has happened on the market. If you look at forward pricing curve, we're in a backwardation. So coffee today is more expensive than in a few months. And I think that also adds to it. There's a different perception in the origin countries than in the consuming countries. And I think that is, for me, typical in crisis, so crisis get very, or how should I say that, it's getting very personal. We're at the end we're doing business, but we are humans, and we interpret the crisis best to our business and how it suits our interpretation and or our view of the market. And I think there is currently a lack of, in my mind, communication. And I think that's also where I really try to encourage roasters, and I hope growers were also in the audience today, where we really have to talk to each other and explain what the drivers are, why we do not believe that the prices are the right prices today, why we are waiting with purchasing as a roaster because we believe markets drop, and why growers are not happy to contract on a lower price in March than the price today because they don't believe in it. And I think I always use that the Chinese, they write the word crisis with 2 brush strokes, right? One is danger and one is opportunity, and it means opportunity. And I think there was a famous American politician citing these ones, and I think the opportunity is there. We need to share more. We need to discuss more together and outline the realities of the buying market and outline the realities of the producing markets to understand. And I'm pretty sure, because we have an eagerness to have more direct relationships. We have an eagerness to build long-term partnerships. That's what we found. Remember, 2/3 of both ends want to have it. So I think that's the good starting point. But now it's really about talking to each other and listening to each other to find there an agreement. And I'm sure then long-term contracts can bring stability back, because none of us none of us. And I think that's also the opportunity of today. We are in such high volatilities on both ends of the chain. Usually it's only just one that has a trouble to solve. But now we have on both ends problems. And that brings us in a unique situation that we should actually understand. Both of us don't like the volatility. Let's find an agreement. Let's discuss and listen to bring back stability to our businesses.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that you make a really good point about talking and listening to one another, and that's why I think forums like this are so important. There's a whole nother subject area that I wanted to dive into that unfortunately we're not going to be able to, and that is the role of data and transparency and traceability. And there's been so much discussion in our industry around that. But it's too big of a onion to start peeling back on right now. So in lieu of that, I would like to, before we move into the Q&A session, ask each of you, in your estimation, very briefly, and you're going to have to drill it down into one, just pick one topic. If you could share with us what you feel the most important takeaway from the report is, and what you feel everyone in the industry should be focusing on. Nora?
Thanks, Peter. I mean, I think it's piggybacking on what Raphael said, that the work really pointed out to me that relationships and communication as a tool to seek equity, or as what that could look like, seemed to be the sort of driving point of the work for me. That seemed to be the only way that we were going to weather this storm together in kind of an equitable way, is through relationships and conversation. So I think how we do that's a challenge, but that's my takeaway for now.
Elisa.
Yes. So very briefly, you mentioned data. I know we don't have the time to fully deep dive into it, but very quickly, I do think that access of information is very important, and that comes also from making data available, on both ends. We saw with the Grano report that is definitely like a starting point to make an effort for producers to have more information about, how the market is going. I really hope that we can see that more in the sector, since we know that the information is there and mostly and market actors have it. So we have to better understand as an industry how we can make sure that the information goes both ways, for sure.
Yeah, exactly this point, what you're saying, Elisa. I think for me it's important that in consuming countries, roasters understand that on the other hand, there is well-educated, well-developed growers that are eager to learn, eager to understand, and eager to share also. And I think we should not hide anymore and really reach out and talk and share information. That will only make the chain economically sustainable in the future.
Thank you so much. I want to dig into a couple of the questions that audience members have posted. And the first one, I think, should be fairly easy to answer. And that comes from Kathy. Will there be more of these reports? And if yes, how frequently might they be released?
I guess that's for me.
Yes.
That was the second one. We do it once a year. Usually it's in spring, I think March, April, May, around then that they are released. And certainly there is the plan to do the same next year again. Yeah, I think next year is a bit later because there's first an impact report to be published. But then I think Q2 next year, there should be the next one.
Okay, and then following up, there's another question from Teddy, whether there's any plan to expand the focus of these reports beyond just the EU.
Yeah, as well. We so far we did this because our main audience was European, but Algrano is launching also in the platform in the US, and we will integrate the US in the future there.
Fantastic. Okay, now here's a little bit more of a thornier question to dig into from Marvin, and it's on certifications, and it's really basically about what your views are on the future of certification schemes in light of the emerging regulation that's coming out of the EU around so many of the issues that certifications have dealt with: deforestation, child labor, living income, things like that. Who wants to take a stab at that?
I try to take a stab at that. It's a really big question, and happy to take it offline with Marvin who asked. But I mean, in my perspective, I think that the certifying bodies are trying to find the answer to that themselves. How to remain relevant, how to be able to comply with a lot of these changing regulations, and then of course that impacts then what producers have to respond to and how they have to comply. So I think that's one thing if we're just talking about the certifying organizations themselves. But even so, some of the laws, especially in the EU, regardless of whether you are certified, you still have to comply with certain regulations, especially if you're of a certain size, right? So this is why I think the conversation is not just about certification, but it's about just like broader accountability and meeting these regulations in general. And I think it's really important for people to also think about what is the sort of roaster side of this, as well as what is the producer side, because producers, some in these interviews still did talk about really the relevance and their interest in continuing with certifications like fair trade. And so, there's not always an agreement on like what is the best way forward. And yeah, I just would ask, not that if anyone here, works for these, the government making these regulations, I do think some of them look good on the surface and they are really, really challenging for coffee actors to meet. And so I think this kind of just goes to Elise's point of sharing conversation and information, and really making sure that our regulations are not sort of onerous. Also going forward is going to be a key thing to look at. So, I could go on, but I'll turn it back for another question.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective as the former global coffee manager for Fair Trade International, I could do a hour-long webinar on this question alone, but unfortunately we don't have the time for that. There's one more question also from Marvin, and it's whether the panel has any views on the impact of inflation on coffee purchases and how roasters and traders are going to try and cope with that. And I'd like to roll in also currency valuations, because there was just news, I think yesterday, that the U.S. is considering increasing its borrowing rate by another 75 points. So anybody have a view on that?
I mean, as a seller to consumers, roasters are part of the consumption basket and are part of the inflation. So are part of creating inflation. And we are, we have to, or roasters have to, because all of what we mentioned before, of all the input costs that change, whether it's gas, whether it's labor costs, whether it's the green coffee or the shipping rates, and that's not something we can avoid, or that the industry can avoid, because that's a macroeconomic trend and not an industry trend, right? And what the US is doing is trying to counterbalance or let's say slow down the inflation with interest rate increases. We see the same in Switzerland. We see the same in Europe. So that's the macroeconomic cycle that we are entering. That is changing, and that's not. I think how we cope with that is not different than a baker, than a machine engineer who has to buy steel, etc. It's just there, and we need to cover our costs, and we are giving those costs further into the consumers, and that's the only thing we can do, and we cannot stop it, or we cannot.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. Obviously, there's so many topics that we could spend so much more time on, and some that we didn't even get to. But unfortunately, our time is up, and I know from my point of view, I was really happy to participate in this. I learned a lot from all of you, and I'm sure that the participants likewise learned a lot, and there were a lot of takeaways for this. I would like to thank each of you for participating in this, and especially for the work of putting together that really important report. I think it was really useful, especially in this time of so much uncertainty. And I look forward to the other upcoming reports. I'd also like to thank everybody at the SCA for hosting this forum. I think it was really important, and I hope that it's a regular feature of SCA webinars or in-person meetings. So with that, I'll bring it back to you, Jen, if you have any closing remarks.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that, Peter. And I do want to echo the same sort of thank you to the team, because I always appreciate the availability of reports like this Algrano Market Trends Review. I know how much work goes into them, but just the fact that they exist and that they're an available free resource, that there's this effort to correct information asymmetry is just such a wonderful thing. So I also want to echo that thanks. But it's also just so great to hear it discussed in this context with you all. So that's really, really special. So first, thank you to Nora, Elisa, and Raphael for your insights. And also, Peter, thank you so much for moderating this discussion. And I know that it's really hard to get through all of these things, but I feel like we got a really good overview of everything. And I'm sure that I don't know, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but that you'll be excited to talk about this in a different sort of forum if anybody had questions, because it is a truly, really exciting and sort of interesting report with lots of insights there. So big thanks. Okay, this is the bit I always get nervous, right? Transitions. So as I said at the start of the session, it would not be possible for us to do this event or make all of this knowledge freely available without our sponsors. So we're going to spend a minute learning about BWT Water and More, one of this year's supporting sponsors, and then it will be time for our third session, which asks, are coffee sector programs actually improving incomes for smallholder farmers? I will leave it to another Peter, my colleague Peter Giuliano, Chief Research Officer of the Specialty Coffee Association and Executive Director of the Coffee Science Foundation, to tell us more when we come back. But thank you all again for joining us in this session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And so this is session 3 of today's Green Coffee Summit event. My name is Peter Giuliano, and I'm the Chief Research Officer for the Specialty Coffee Association and the Executive Director of the Coffee Science Foundation. So to introduce this next session, let's talk a little bit more about the idea of sustainability. Over the past 25 years, the specialty coffee industry has really embraced the idea of sustainability and has become activist in its desire to improve the environment and, most of all, livelihoods for those working in the coffee supply chain. And Peter actually just mentioned this in the last section. So one way that this manifests is through a variety of sustainability programs, initiatives, and certifications that aim to improve economic, social, and environmental conditions for coffee producers. Our industry continues to invest in these programs. However, there's one problem with this situation, which is that scientific evidence on the effectiveness of these programs is really difficult to find. So it was for that reason that the Coffee Science Foundation, which is SCA's research wing, reached out to two economists who have extensive experience in coffee sustainability programs, with the aim of gathering evidence on the effectiveness of various sustainability initiatives. The goal here is not to criticize existing sustainability programs, but to provide some evidence to the coffee supply chain so that we can all make better choices in the programs that we support. So the first goal here is to bring together existing evidence from both the coffee sector and the wider agricultural world, and this project is underway right now, which is being supported by the Coffee Science Foundation. So I'm pleased to introduce the two speakers today to bring you some early results from this project. The first is Davide Del Prete, who is an associate professor of economics at the University of Naples, Partenope, and a research associate with the FAO of the United Nations. Davide's research interests lie between international trade, development economics, and econometrics. For his projects, Davide has collaborated with several international organizations, such as UNCTAD, the ITC, World Bank, FAO, and numerous governments. The most recent research activities use unique firm-to-firm trade data sets to investigate global value chains at firm level with a specific focus on the effects of the pandemic-related disruptions and power dynamics. After Davide speaks will be Rocco Macchiavello, whose passion is to understand markets and firms in developing countries so that better interventions can be designed to share the gains from trade with farmers and workers in these countries. Much of Rocco's research focuses on the value chain, the coffee value chain, and on industrial relations in emerging markets. Rocco holds a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science, where he's currently an associate professor in management. Previously, he was a postdoctoral research fellow at Nuffield College, Oxford University, and the Harvard Kennedy School, and a professor at Warwick University. Rocco acts as IGC lead academic in Myanmar and is a research fellow at, here come the acronyms, BRED, CEPR, IPA, JPAL, and an ERC grant recipient. Rocco has conducted extensive field work in several countries, including Bangladesh, Colombia, Kenya, India, Myanmar, and Rwanda, partnering up with government agencies, private firms, and international associations. So you can see that these are two extremely well-qualified economists here to discuss this really pertinent question. So we'll begin with Davide. Davide, are you here? All right. Hey, Davide. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Peter. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to your presentation.
All right. Thanks a lot for the introduction. Let me also thank your organizers for the opportunity to present this study in which we aim to provide basically an overview of the, as Peter said, of the different interventions and programs that were actually undertaken and evaluated in the coffee sector around the world. And in particular, our aim is that to increase coffee yields and, of course, ultimately coffee farmers. So the aim here is really to inform the sectoral stakeholders on these findings, as well as get some feedback from the audience, which will definitely help us in defining and refining our future research question. So I forgot to mention that this is actually based on ongoing work with both Peter, Julian, and Rocco Macchiavello. So let me skip to this. So essentially, we really believe that analyzing this type of interventions and programs that target yields is of particular importance, not only in the coffee sector, but in the whole agricultural sector, because basically agricultural productivity differences are large both across and within countries. And these differences have been found to explain most of the cross-country income differences. So understanding these gaps and the sources and the drivers of these productivity differences is a very important question. So the map that I show here is basically the aggregate yield heterogeneity for 17 crops, excluding coffee. Okay. And as you can see, there is a lot of variation both across and within countries. But despite the potential benefits that you can imagine of narrowing the gap between basically the north and the south of the world in terms of productivity, some recent literature has found and shown that there is still a very limited adoption of yield-enhancing technologies and interventions by farmers. Okay, so the aim of our study of this talk is basically to understand why and what are the programs and interventions that did work and others that did not really deliver the expected results. So zooming into the coffee sector, as you might well know, that, well, actually coffee is really a primary source of income for around 12 million farmers worldwide. Half of these farmers live, however, below the international poverty line, with the highest levels of poverty that are found in both Africa and Oceania. And almost 95% of these coffee farmers are smallholders, okay, with less than 5 hectares. So there is definitely room to improve the situation for these coffee farmers. And similar to the aggregate picture that I just shown you at the beginning of this presentation, there is also a significant yields dispersion both across and within coffee producing countries, where yields here is measured as kilos of green coffee over farm sites per hectare. Okay, so for instance, as you can see from this picture, there is Vietnam that has average yields of more than 2,000, for instance, while Ethiopia, that is the least productive country, as an average yield of only 350 around. But still, even within Ethiopia, as you can see from the box, the chart box, there are farmers who actually produce with a yield that is around 100 and others of 500. So this means that there are really large benefits to increase yields even within these least productive countries. Okay, and however, the issue is that there is, so far at least, a lack of systematic assessment of the programs and the interventions in the coffee sector. So in this review, in this talk, I will basically describe and talk about experiments and quasi and experiments. So in economics, there are several impact evaluation techniques. What we mean by experiment and quasi-experiments, so, well, essentially the experiments are the randomized controlled trials, which is also the gold standard for impact evaluation technique, and are basically those also used, for instance, in clinical trials, right, to test the effect of drugs, with the aim basically to estimate the causal impact of a specific drug or intervention on a target population with random assignment. So basically the RCT, by randomly allocating these participants among the treated and the control groups, can actually enable some statistical control over some confounding factors. However, if these controlled experiments are not really possible, there are quasi-experiments that try to and attempt to mimic an experimental research design, but without the random assignment. And they rely basically on observational data. And two such quasi-experiments techniques largely used in economics are the difference in difference and the regression discontinuity design, the RDD. Okay. And in this review, we basically will only assess those evaluations that use these techniques. So either experiments, RCTs, or quasi-experiments, while we will not consider simple evaluation. So as the outline of the talk, I will talk basically first about the evidence of the intervention in coffee industry, then what are the lessons that we can get from the overall agricultural sector, and finally I will conclude. So coffee sector. In coffee, despite the large amount of interventions and programs in the sector, we were actually able to identify only 9 of these interventions which were assessed using the techniques that I just described. And we can group these interventions into 4, let's say, main groups. Okay, on training, cash transfer, certification, and what we call buyer-driven programs. So as for training, for instance, there are 3 studies, one that in Ethiopia, that find that the adoption rate and the intensity of stamping in coffee has increased about 3-fold during the first years actually of the rejuvenation training intervention. However, trainings and best agricultural practices are not always and not easy to diffuse among coffee farmers, as a study in Rwanda also find. And this issue is also being studied on an ongoing experiment on the effects of a mobile phone-based agronomy training on coffee fields in Uganda, but results are still, are not yet available. On cash transfer, there is indeed evidence that there is actually a large cash transfer intervention by Give Directly, which transferred approximately $1,000 to 3,000 households, farmers, via a mobile wallet in Uganda. And this cash transfer program led to a 40% increase in consumption and more than doubled coffee revenues. But the issue is that this does not really seem to be scalable and financially sustainable. As for the certification, here the evidence, I would say, is quite mixed, as fair trade in Ethiopia does not seem to have impacted quality premiums, while in Costa Rica there were found more larger and positive effects on price and sales. And similarly, for the Common Code for Coffee community, the 4C certification in Indonesia, these increased incomes for the participant into this community, but not agricultural practices and yields. And lastly, the buyer-driven programs, such as the Sustainable Quality Program in Colombia and the Farmer Development Program in Rwanda that were evaluated, these seem to have larger positive effects. Basically, these programs are really are usually bundles of different contractual arrangements that involve different actors along the coffee value chain, and crucially, they combine supply and demand side interventions. For instance, on the supply side, the Sustainable Quality Program provides training, essential services, access to inputs to support this quality upgrading, while on the demand side, there is a commitment by the buyer to purchase the production of the farmers that satisfy the quality requirements. And Rocco will specifically talk about one of these programs later on during his talk. So all in all, in the coffee sector, we can actually say that there are not a lot of evaluations, and basically the few existent ones evaluate very different things like certification, training, buyer-driven programs with also very different techniques, and most importantly, quite mixed results. And for this reason, we actually try to derive some additional lessons from other crops and contexts. These are based basically on 26 experiments or quasi-experiments, 27 studies, and 6 academic reviews that we can structure as follows. We first look at those programs that target credit, savings, and insurance, then information and communication technology intervention, and finally, we will look at the bundles, okay, bundle programs. As for credit, actually, the credit constraint is one of the main reasons why farmers don't really adopt these yield-enhancing technology and practices. Here, a first type category of experiments provided a restricted access to credit, as for instance in Morocco, Mali, and Ethiopia. But the issue is that the uptake of this loan really remained very, very low. Only between 17 to 30% of farmers uptake this loan. And even among those that did take a loan, this was only used, as a very small fraction of this loan was used to increase the expenditure on these yield-enhancing technology like fertilizers or other agricultural inputs. There are instead then a few experiments that show the importance of well-tailored credit and savings products to support the adoption of these innovations. So, for instance, these two studies really show and exhibit the importance of accounting for the seasonal distribution of farmer income. And in such two studies, the uptake was relatively higher compared to the ones that I just described. So we are talking about 60 and 50% of eligible farmers that took the loan. However, even in this case, while these products were, as I said, much well-tailored and contributed to the households and farmers' welfare, there is not really evidence that they induce higher adoption of fertilizers or other inputs. A second constraint around this topic is due to the risk. Okay, and in general here, the demand for insurance has been very, very low, particularly near market prices, with around 6 to 18% of take-up rate. Experiments have shown that only when these index insurance schemes are heavily subsidized, the uptake is high, and farmers are able to replace low return, low risk crops or varieties with higher yielding or risky crops varieties. But again, even in this case, because of these heavy subsidies, these schemes do not really seem to be financially sustainable. At the same time, we also have information frictions that are, even in this case, a really significant constraint to farmers on the adoption of these new and better technologies. Basically, the farmer needs really to know the specificity of the technology, either if it's an input or a fertilizer or a seed, a new seed, how to use it or adapt it, and whether this would perform and how it would perform in his own context. Okay, and here basically the extension services that have been devoted to overcome this type of frictions have typically focused on their efforts on training what we call contact farmers, and with the expectation that these contact farmers were the entry points in the farming community and push the information in their social networks. Okay, so to induce also other farmers to adopt these new technologies. However, the experiments on this issue did not really reach a clear consensus on whether these contact farmers should be network central farmers, so for instance, those who know most of other farmers in their community, or peer farmers, those that in a way resemble most of the other farmers in the community, such as if we like by gender, for instance. And this suggests that basically who is a better contact farmer is really context specific. But again, here, only when these contact farmers are really incentivized with basically the payment of bonuses that are proportional to the success with the diffusion of the technology, these programs seem to be effective. Similarly, also disseminating information like price or agronomic information alone to farmers via, for instance, mobile phone has had mixed results. So, for instance, better information was observed in Uganda to have a positive effect on the level of prices received by the farmers, but this better price information might not have effect on prices, on farm gate prices, if these farmers, for instance, don't have option to sell on the markets that have higher prices, or, for instance, if these farmers don't have any bargaining power with the local traders. But in general, here, the results show that information really remains a serious constraint for increasing the productivity of the farmers. And finally, as a last group that I mentioned, here on bundles. So most of the information that I described so far only tackle the constraints on the supply side. As I said at the beginning of the call, there are programs that combine supply and demand side interventions, bundling different contractual arrangements. One of such programs is, for instance, if we were able to combine price information with the provision of different sales options to farmers. In this case, experiments have found that this led to price convergence and also higher yields. For instance, an experiment sending SMS messages with also agricultural advice to smallholder farmers increased yields by 10% point relative to a control group. Or, for instance, interlinked contracts. For example, here, there is a contract scheme interlinked with an index insurance scheme where the individual farmers paid the premium, so the premium was deducted from the harvest time payment, okay? This type of interlinked contracts really is one of the unique, maybe really a rare case of large take-up of index insurance without any particular subsidy. Or finally, the 1AF, the 1 Acre Fund program, which provides basically input loans for seeds, fertilizers, but also crop insurance and training on improved farm practices. In experiment, it's been found that this has raised maize production by 20%, 26%, and profits by 16% in Kenya. So to conclude, what we see is that there are actually several constraints that prevent farmers from adopting these yield-enhancing technologies and practices. And what seem to be most effective are these interventions that tackle supply and demand constraint simultaneously. But of course, the main takeaway is that more work is needed because there are not a lot of evaluations in the coffee sector specifically. Thank you. I'll leave it to you, Peter.
All right. Well, I guess I take over from Davide. And so just to start from where Davide left, it seems that the emerging lesson from this literature review of evaluation of programs in coffee and in agriculture seems to point at the fact that at many contexts, it's really multiple constraints that farmers are facing, both on the supply side in terms of access to inputs and knowledge, as well as on the demand side. And therefore, it seems that sort of the solution is to offer bundles of services. What I want to do in the second part of the talk is, given that the exact bundle will be context specific, so the what to do is going to be quite context specific, I want instead to share a few thoughts on the how to do it. Okay, so kind of moving from the what to do to the how to do it. In practice, when we think about these bundles, in many contexts, and I would say particularly so in the context of the coffee chain and of programs that are sort of supported, if not in fact implemented by coffee companies, the bundle is going to be delivered, or a successful bundle is going to be delivered if there are strong relationships with the farmers. By relationship with the farmers, I mean that the interaction between the farmer and the company that purchases the coffee from the farmer kind of goes beyond the simple selling and buying of coffee during harvest season or after harvest season, depending on the context. In fact, in these exchanges, there's a much more complex bundle of services that is exchanged before, during, and after the harvest season. So, for instance, there might be loans that are given to farmers to sort of help farmers covering input costs or kind of fostering investment in their farm. There might be training or extension services that are being provided to farmers. There might be price premium, of course, that are being provided to farmers if they meet certain requirement. And, there might be other forms of interaction. Again, exactly the what will be quite context specific. But there has been now some evidence sort of showing that the adoption of this bundle of practices does positively correlate with farmers' outcome and also, in fact, with the economic health of the processing or the washing station, in the case of washing station that sort of are the focus around which these bundles are being offered. So when we think therefore about designing and then delivering a particular bundled intervention to our farmers, I think it's important to ask the question of how are we going to build and maintain relationships with these farmers so that we really get the most out of the bundles that we are sort of offering to farmers. And here I think there's a second question which is important, which is how should we organize these relationships in a way that is cost effective and at scale? So these are kind of the two, if you like, question or the problem statement that sort of motivates the rest of the talk. So the starting point, I think, is a simple conceptualization of what relationships are. One way to think about relationship is that a successful relationship is built on trust. And so implicitly, what we are really saying that any of these bundles will entail some kind of promise of future cooperation in exchange for some desirable behavior today. So maybe we are hoping that the farmer adopt, certain sustainable practices. And of course, the farmer is expecting to be economically rewarded, maybe in the form of a fair price. Maybe we are encouraging or supporting the farmers to improve quality. But again, we are kind of in exchanging, in certain contexts, maybe promising a quality price premium. Maybe we are asking the farmer to support efforts to achieve a traceable supply chain. And again, the farmer will incur cost and maybe will try to do that, adjust the way it's behaving, but again, in exchange of some kind of future reward. So I just gave some very concrete example. The exact behavior that we are trying to incentivize and the exact structure of reward will depend on the specificity of the program. But I want to draw the attention to this notion that there are this sort of promise of a future cooperation in exchange for some desirable behavior today. And I think that two important ingredients of trust are, first, the credibility. Is this promise credible? And second is the clarity. Is the promise clear? Are there clear expectations about what the bundle means for the farmer, what the farmer is supposed to be doing given the bundle, and what the bundle will do for the farmer? And I think that here, I confess, my view is largely influenced by my understanding of the coffee sector in Africa, though I believe that with the relevant adaptation, some of what I'm about to say is also relevant in other origins. There are a number of challenges, very practical implementation challenges, if you like. The first one is that the vast majority of coffee farmers are very small. And that means that a single company, even say a medium or a medium-sized washing station, might have to interact with 500, 1,000, 2,000 farmers. So that means that there are many relationships that need to be built. Okay, so that complicates things. It's not like in an other supply chain where maybe you are sourcing garments and you just for a given in a given context you just need to make sure that you are able to manage and develop 2 or 3 relationships with some key suppliers. The second thing is that in many contexts there are very low level of generalized trust. So farmers are very skeptical of interactions, both with in general and with other entities in the supply chain, as well as in the economy more broadly. There's low trust in government, there's low trust towards extensions offices, and so forth. There are also low level of literacy that complicate, in some cases, the communication with farmers about what the bundle is about, what's the structure of cost and reward. And then there are also challenges with low digitization. Again, the extent of these challenges will be varying across context. However, it's fair to say that if we are thinking of programs that target those farmers that are particularly disadvantaged, both across as well as within origins, I do believe that the majority of people listening to this will recognize indeed these challenges with trust, low literacy, and low digitization. And so, why does these two things sort of create challenges? Well, first of all, I think they create challenges in identifying and communicating with farmers, because in many contexts, and here I'm really thinking particularly the context in East Africa, the supply chain is so fragmented, it's so informal that even for washing station is hard that are very close to farmers, so let alone for an exporting companies that are further away, it's very hard actually to have a visibility on who the farmers are and identify farmers. The sector is very informal and fragmented. And then even conditional on knowing who your farmers are, having reliable, say, list of farmers, farmers' IDs and so forth, then communicating with farmers is also not straightforward, because in many contexts, the farmers might not have phones, might not have functioning phones, might be sharing phones with others and so forth. So if we were able to overcome these challenges in identifying and communicating with farmers, then we can start to think about building the relationship by sort of building clarity and building credibility of the bundles that we are offering. So these are essentially the ideas that led us to cooperate and set up a research collaboration between a partner, which is a coffee company. This is a collaboration that is happening in the context of East Africa, and an LSE-based research team. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the remaining maybe 10 minutes to tell you a little bit about this ongoing collaboration, mostly to share some ideas more than results, really, and kind of illustrate a way of working towards designing a program that hopefully sort of foster sustainability. So we began this partnership with this very open-minded company in January 2021. And so what we have been doing so far, we've been working together first towards a very large-scale data collection. And then we have also started to test some of the ideas, some of the interventions in the field through the use of randomized control trials. So we started with a very large mapping of about almost 30,000 farmers in the areas that potentially supply the company. And then we have surveyed in detail around 14,000 farmers. And then even deeper surveys with about 5,000-6,000 farmers located in 4 specific regions, where we tested with the idea of piloting some of these organizational intervention to see how a bundle of services could be deployed. And then based on these lessons, then there's now ongoing work on the design and rollout of a sort of a tier system to sort of tailor a little bit the type of bundle of services that the company, the partners offer to farmers to the specific circumstances of the farmers. One thing that I kind of like of this collaboration is the fact that it's a collaboration with the private sector company, and I think that this is kind of important, thinking about the sustainability of the program, in the sense that it's very important that there is a very strong business case in this type of evaluation, and that the partner establishes the business priorities, so that it's okay, so you hope to learn lessons. You hope to learn what doesn't work. And then if you find something that does work, maybe that can be adapted and then adopted. So there are actually in the literature out there examples of programs that have maybe been evaluated, but outside of the context of actually sustainable business intervention. And therefore, you might actually find examples of studies where the exact bundle actually did have an impact. But then as soon as the evaluation ended, then the whole kind of commercial relationship around the bundle unfolded, and therefore the intervention wasn't sustainable. There's now quite a few high-profile cases, and therefore the evaluation in those cases are still useful. We learn something about what are the constraints that the farmers face. But then, of course, it's a little bit disappointing to know that in a specific context, you have learned something and then nothing kind of gets implemented because it's not sustainable from a commercial point of view. And on the other side, I think that the role here of the research team is, of course, to support the necessary work related to data collection and analysis. But this is something that really happens by sort of being embedded in the operation of the partner company. So the first step, essentially, what we want to do is, in order to develop this relationship, is to really have a very good understanding of who are the farmers in the supply chain. So I'm just putting out some figures. The figures are not important, but I simply want to emphasize this fact that the step one is know your farmer. And then in step two, you can start asking and sort of question and essentially try to test the solution. And there is some sort of value, I think, in trying to test things rigorously. So very often when you are kind of rolling out your program, your sustainability program or your bundle, there are many kind of implementation choices that you have to make. Maybe you don't roll it out all at once. Maybe you don't know how to roll it out. And you have a few different options. When that's the case, it's the cost of sort of learning are actually quite low. You just need to try out a few different things. And so examples of things that we tried to learn together with the partner was, well, first of all, those creating sessions, so inviting farmers to attend sessions that create clarity around what is the bundle of services that the company is going to offer to farmers. Does that help? Does that help in the rolling out of these services and in the take-up of these services? Another question we were interested is actually trust. Is there a relationship between the farmer and is there a relationship between the farmer and the company? There is a relationship between the farmer and the employees of the company, in this case, the washing station managers. So in other words, is the relationship that the farmer has with the company or is it embedded simply in the person that works together with the farmer? The person, of course, might leave, and we know that social relations in this context are very important. Another set of questions that we're interested in understanding is what is the best way of communicating with farmers? Because it's not so straightforward to effectively communicate with thousands of farmers scattered around relatively large areas, many that are, of course, difficult to reach. And there is also a type of communication that you don't want to necessarily delegate to your agents in the field for the simple reason that you want to achieve consistency. Consistency is part of the clarity. And so one way to go about this is to invest some resources to create a call center. And the call center, of course, such that the farmers have the phone numbers of the call center has the phone numbers of the farmers, of course, so that a kind of a two-way communication can be set up. So these are just some of the examples of sort of very concrete implementation questions that can sort of be tested out to see whether they work and whether they sustain or support the deployment of the bundle of services. So we do have some very preliminary results, which I think are in some ways encouraging. But again, I want to stress that they are preliminary. So first of all, I want to stress that it does look like this idea of kind of reaching out to farmers either through training sessions or by setting up the call center did increasing the engagement of farmers with the company and with the program in general. So we have a very high take-up rate of this training session. About like 80% of the invited farmers attended at least one of these sessions in which the program was explained. We have that a relatively high proportion of farmers engage with the call center. So they call the call center, kind of raise concern, raise concern with the implementation of the program or of the bundle and so forth. And that's also very encouraging. And of course, that engagement is actually higher for farmers that were invited to join the program. The call center access to the call center was given to all farmers. And then with regard to the way of interacting with the farmers, it was good that he tested this idea of the relationship manager versus the effectiveness of having a relationship manager versus other modes of communication, because the relationship manager is actually quite expensive to deploy in the field, and in terms of the time and the cost. And it turns out that having or assigning to farmers a fixed relationship manager didn't have a very strong impact on the interaction of farmers with the program. And in fact, there was a much larger impact by simply switching out from simply sending SMS, from actually having the call center calling farmers to remind them about activities related to the program. So that seems that phone calls are, of course, much more effective, in fact, and probably a lot cheaper to do than kind of trying to reach these farmers in person through relationship managers. And then in terms of the impact of the program on practices, this is kind of very early days, but at least from an initial midline survey, it looks like that farmers invited to the program were indeed more likely to receive seedlings. In principle, all farmers should be receiving seedling in this context, but of course not everybody does then. And then they were also significantly more likely to be aware of the different components of the bundle, so the different services that the company offers to farmers before, during, and after harvest season. And they also were more aware of good agricultural practices. Again, quite a large impact, given that there's relatively little awareness of those practices at baseline to begin with. So these are just encouraging results, but one thing that I want to stress is kind of that the value goes well beyond the evaluation, I think here. The value of the collaboration goes really into sort of setting up essentially data systems and routines, and then allow the company to develop a better relationship with farmers, have more streamlined communication, and possibly also integrating various services under a more coherent and sort of efficient service delivery. And in that sense, having kind of a research team embedded in the company, and having a company, of course, that is so open-minded about testing out new ideas, I think was obviously an important factor. So let me wrap up. So farmers face multiple constraints. We need to deliver bundles of intervention, tackling both demand side as well as supply side constraint. The exact bundle will change across contexts, depending on farmers, depending on how markets are developed, depending on what the government is doing in those places. In practice, delivering these bundles require establishing relationship with farmers. And so I would say that alongside the learning what do we need to do, so which bundle to offer, we also need to learn about how to offer these bundles in a way that is sort of commercially sustainable, that is cost effective and efficient. Implementation is hard, and we know, because very often these programs are, even though they are becoming increasingly important in supply chain, they are, after all, not the only thing that the company is doing. The company is busy in getting coffee, processing coffee, selling coffee, and so forth. And so there are a lot of implementation challenges that are certainly not made easier by the context in which very often we operate. I'm thinking here specifically about context with many small farmers, low literacy level, difficult communication, low trust, and so forth. And I think that here focusing on establishing credibility and clarity vis-a-vis the farmer potentially has high payoff. And then I just want to stress kind of a little bit, this is an example that the benefit of an evaluation, I don't think, is actually to run a big experiment and then get the results and then act the result. That takes long. It's part of the benefit, but the benefit go beyond that. The benefit are in the collaboration. And I think that, there is this kind of cycle of design, test, learn, adapt, and then adopt that can sort of be rolled out in many contexts. And then I would say be patient, because if you embark on kind of trying to learn about the effectiveness of your sustainability program, I think patience is a very good ally. As I was mentioning, we started the collaboration now nearly 2 years ago, and we started having some results, but of course we haven't learned nearly as everything that we wanted to learn in the process. Thank you. I think I'm done. Here is my email, so if you have questions or any follow-up, please feel free to get in touch.
Thank you both for these really valuable and also pretty intense set of slides. I learned a lot. I was fascinated by a lot here. We have some questions from the audience, but maybe I thought, and some comments too. I'd like to maybe just air a couple of my own as we get going here. We've just got a few minutes for questions, but Davide, I wanted to harken back to your presentation. You talked about measuring the effectiveness of interventions, and of course you use the term interventions. That to us in the industry means either a project or a certification or some sort of thing that we do to try to make the world better. That your term is interventions, and you gave us some examples of that. One that stood out to me was a popular certification that showed to be effective in a country in Africa, or less effective in a country in Africa than it did in a country in Latin America. And I guess that's not surprising when you think about it, but of course we tend to think of these interventions as one size fits all. Like if it's good for one farmer, it's good for all farmers. But of course your evidence seems to contradict that. What's your thinking about this kind of these differences, these geographical and cultural differences in these interventions, and what do you think explains these differences?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, one of the main lessons that we can draw from this is that this type of interventions or programs or certifications are quite context specific, right? And specifically the one that you mentioned, fair trade, for instance, is a voluntary certification, which might well be adapted and adopted by some specific farmers, while not for others. I will say that, for instance, the type of certification that are buyer-driven rather than governmental or voluntary-driven are most effective. And on this, I would say that also Rocco has done a lot of work. Maybe he can complement on this, because he has done some work in Costa Rica and Colombia on certification specifically. But I do really believe that, as you said, one size does not fit all, and specifically for the voluntary certification.
So I think this whole talk stimulates in me a kind of thinking that all of these interventions that exist that are sometimes overwhelming, as we try to do what you suggested, Davide, in your presentation, which is to gather more information about the effectiveness of these various interventions. Rocco's talk had me thinking about how we actually put them into practice, and you've introduced this new idea to me, which is bundling, and I like it. I was thinking about it all throughout your talk about bundling in that, and here's what I got from that, and something I'd like to hear you talk about more, which is these interventions become powerful when they're strongly connected with a a specific supply chain, like a roaster, a customer in this case, and a relationship that bonds this chain slightly together. It seems to me like what you're suggesting is that that there's something about that relationship that actually increases or amplifies the effect of the intervention. Is that basically what you're trying to suggest?
Yes. Thanks for stating it in a much clearer and maybe simpler way. But absolutely, I think that we can think of what I meant, kind of the focus on the what, right? We can ask the question, should we give training? Should we bundle training with information on prices and maybe with something else? I don't know, loans pre-harvest. So that is what I mean, the what. And the what, as I said, which what is right is very context specific. But in a given context, conditional on the what that you want to do, that what is not going to be very effective when you do it if you don't have strong relationship with the farmers. You're going to have lower take up. You're going to have confusion. The farmers are not... They don't see clearly what's the value of the bundle that you are proposing, for instance. What is it that you want them to change and why? What are they going to get in exchange? And I think these are all things that you can communicate within the context of a long-term relationship. The other aspect for which I think the long-term relationship is important, which is the one you alluded to, is that I think that there is potential for this type of intervention to be particularly effective when they are embedded inside some kind of supply chain arrangement. Because as Davide was saying, to the extent that we have some evidence that generalizes, the evidence seems to suggest that you do need to relax constraint on the supply side and on the demand side at the same time. It's not enough to kind of force farmers to say adopt good practices if they don't see a price premium associated with it. And so you do need somehow to have some kind of the stability in the commercial relationships are also important for the effectiveness, if you like, of the interventions.
Yeah, and that also makes me think about how in Davide's presentation, some of the evidence that was gathered from agricultural areas outside of coffee, a lot of the focus was on credit, and it strikes me that credit becomes much more, or potentially more easily available and lower risk if the relationship is strong and the commercial relationship is durable. It seems to me that a lender would see obviously a farmer with a customer as a lower risk than a producer cooperative without one, and so that seems to be potentially one of those amplifying things. The evidence seems quite clear that farm credit is a key intervention for well-being, if I'm interpreting that right, Davide. And then if so, then it seems like these relationships might be key to that. Do you think I have that right, Davide?
Yep, correct. So essentially, one issue is that farmers, they won't take any loan if they don't see the value of taking the loan. So that's one of the reasons why, despite, for instance, most of these credits and savings products have been offered, there's been a low take-up, despite, for instance, have been highly subsidized in some contexts. So again, here I want to stress what Rocco was mentioning before. Farmers really need to see the value of these actions. Otherwise, the take-up of any type of interventions and loans, specifically in this case, will remain relatively low. Yeah.
So, thank you. Finally, I think this is going to be our last question, but making it very practical. Rocco, you talked about some of the challenges that exist in particularly buyers establishing relationships with very complicated, diverse, or disaggregated farmer groups. We had a question from Celestine, which asked very pointedly, how do you build the direct relationship with the farmers in these cases where middlemen play a key role? And I think they're talking about washing stations, et cetera. You've worked in the field a lot, Rocco. Have you seen anything that seems to be effective in these people engaging in their supply chains in a more relationship-based way?
So these are great questions, and it's true that in many cases, I think that the presence of intermediary here, of course, I'm just talking specifically about with some understanding informed by the context of East Africa. It's true that the place of the presence of intermediaries or collectors, of course, complicates the effort to generate traceability, if you like, which is, I think, is something that companies increasingly value. And a starting point, of course, you need to be able to go beyond. When you get the coffee from the collector, you need to be able to have a system whereby the collector tells you from which farmer the coffee is coming from. And the farmer, of course, needs to be aware that the system is in place. And right, so you need to be able to have the list of your farmers and then make sure that the farmer knows that they can deliver the coffee through a collector, maybe because they are too far away from the washing station. But then they have a way of verifying that the information that the collector is giving to the company, you can sort of double check it with the farmer. And the information could be about volumes, it could be about prices even. Maybe the collector is writing a price on the receipt that gives to the company, a different price is paid to the farmers, and you have very limited visibility. But if you have a way to communicate with the farmer, then that kind of change start to begin being possible, so that the farmer feels that there is a relationship, and indeed the collector is an intermediary that is facilitating the logistic. It's not the guy that sort of deals or kind of owns the coffee account, if you like. Right. So that's just to describe a very concrete example. On the credit is another great example where I feel there's so much variety across origins in the degree of maturity of the system, because you go to origins in Central or Latin America where the banks are already very savvy and they are quite happy to extend credit to farmers already based on very detailed records of the deliveries of farmers to downstream buyers. You go to East Africa, such record is not there. The lenders might be very reluctant to enter. If they do so, maybe only in small scale, very subsidized. So maybe it's the buyer that needs to start playing that role of providing loans, building the records, and then hoping to kind of take the farmers to a lender once the record is has kind of been built. So this just to give an example that you see, you try to do the same thing. The take up will be very different, and the impact will be very different just because of the degree of maturity in the market.
Well, that is a great concept to close on. Thank you, Rocco and Davide, for that fascinating talk on using economics to understand sustainability. I really appreciate it. As a reminder, this talk will be put in the library for later use. But now, after a short break, we'll return with another kind of economic information, which is market information from stakeholders in Europe. I'm looking forward to it, and I know it'll be valuable and important to everyone. So thank you. This is Peter Giulianos. Thank you again, Rocco and Davide. See you soon, and stay with us for more.
All of those producers. We've been trading specialty coffee since 1996 and have offices all throughout the world in the United States, London, Glasgow, Berlin, Singapore, and the Middle East. We are proud to sponsor this year's Green Coffee Summit.
All right, hello, and welcome to Green Coffee Summit. My name is Vicente Partida, and I am the Community Experience Officer at the Specialty Coffee Association. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here at Green Coffee Summit. We've learned a lot today about the European coffee market, but also what's happening elsewhere. In this next hour of Green Coffee Summit, we'll be talking to 3 coffee professionals, buyers and sellers in this market, about their personal experiences in the green coffee space. We'll be asking questions of, how do consumer preferences differ at the national level in Europe? Are there any trends that cross cultural and political boundaries? What are some of the important similarities and differences in the types of attributes that European consumers value in their coffee? And before I introduce you to my three panelists today, let's have a quick look at the data on coffee consumption trends in Europe and the UK. Hoping that everybody can see the slides here. We drew a lot of the data that we're about to present here from Euromonitor, a global market research firm that the SCA has worked with for many years. And we complement what we know from our community surveys with Euromonitor's national level consumption data. We also reviewed reports written by CBI EU, the Center for the Promotion of Imports from Developing Countries, and the German Coffee Association. So, if we were to look at Europe as a single coffee consuming market, it would be the world's largest, as well as the largest green coffee importer, and the region with the highest per capita coffee consumption worldwide. Europe is also the largest market for certified coffees. The European market is dominated by a few large multinational roasting and grinding companies, including Nestle, JDE Peet's, Melita, Lavazza, Starbucks, and Strauss Coffee. From inside the coffee industry, most of us don't see Europe as a single market, of course. We see things at the country level or even at the level of a single city within a country. When I tend to think of what I know about the UK market, I tend to think about London, which is where I live. But we won't be able to examine the coffee culture of every country in the region during our time here today. So we're going to focus on a few key markets. In this case, Germany and the UK. And we'll seek to understand a few important coffee purchasing and coffee drinking trends that extend to other parts of Europe and that will likely tell us about what's happening beyond Europe. In terms of green coffee imports, Germany is Europe's all-round most important coffee player, but this is down to its role in re-exports and roasting, with Poland, the Netherlands, and France being major destinations for Germany's coffee exports. And what about Italy, the home of espresso? Italy has a strong coffee roasting industry as the second largest importer of green coffee, due in large part to companies like Lavazza, Segafredo, and Illy. It's also worth noting that Eastern Europe is a fast-growing market for coffee exporters, especially Poland. Looking at the UK coffee market, we see that home consumption of retail coffee, which in this context refers to outlets like grocery stores that are selling bags of coffee as opposed to cups of coffee. Retail coffee remains strong with volumes higher than what we saw in 2019. This indicates that some of the habits that consumers established during the pandemic have continued, which is quite interesting. There's been a focus on at-home consumption, even from high street and specialty brands, which has resulted in new product developments and also enhanced direct-to-consumer sales models, such as specialty coffee subscriptions. The value that consumers place on convenience will likely contribute to an increase in demand for services like subscriptions, and this is expected to boost online sales for the channel in the future. At the same time, we see a trend toward premiumization across subcategories of coffee consumption, including those where convenience has been the primary driver, like fresh ground coffee pods, very popular in the UK. One more development worth noting is the blurred lines between retail and food service, where cups of coffee would be the sales unit. In the UK, we see brands joining forces to generate sales in an uncertain environment. For example, Marks & Spencer introduced 30 of its food products to Costa Coffee outlets nationwide in the spring. Let's move on to Germany. In Germany, the category of specialist coffee and tea shops performed better than other food service business categories like bars and pubs and cafes. They experienced a negligible decline in outlet numbers, but they still experienced a 33% decline in terms of sales value. Historically, specialist coffee and tea shops in Germany have competed directly with low-cost coffee offerings from bakery chains, convenience stores, and other limited service players. But increasingly, the competition comes from their peers, higher priced, more local players, as German consumers have shown a preference for higher quality options from unique brands. Multinational chains such as Starbucks, Coffee Fellows, and Dunkin' Donuts may find themselves caught in the middle of the cheap and convenient coffee offerings from limited service chains on the one hand, and the growing availability of high quality coffee beverage offerings geared towards consumers willing to spend more on them. German consumers are notoriously price sensitive, but the strong performance of specialist coffee and tea shops demonstrates that they are willing to spend money on coffee. And as private label producers have increased their prices, there has been no notable shift away from more expensive brands. At the national level in Germany, one of the major trends to emerge from the macro data over 2020 and 2021 is the growing popularity of espresso, which is not new to the market, but has always been dwarfed by the consumption of filter coffee. There's also a rapidly growing demand for plant-based milks in Germany, with oat milk being a particular favorite alternative to cow's milk. So it takes months to collect, process, and publish the data from reports like the ones that we've covered and that we've used to compile this overview. So we're inevitably a few months behind today's trends when we look only at the macro level picture. Based on the conversations that we're having with professionals at the local level, it is possible to forecast some of the factors that will be impacting businesses in the coming year, including in Europe, the EU Green Deal, which seeks to change existing norms to make businesses and supply chains more sustainable through higher standards for social and environmental sustainability in production and the processing of goods and services. This EU Green Deal will also inevitably result in an increased demand for information on production and processing practices from regulators and consumers to brands, and from brands to their suppliers. We can expect also an increased cost of transitioning to new models of sustainable production as a result. As we noted earlier, Europe is a huge market for coffees that have achieved some kind of sustainability certification, including Fairtrade, Rainforest Alliance, 4C, and organic. But as we have heard from speakers at other SCA events, the supply of certified products outpaces the demand, and consumers are struggling with label fatigue, leading to slower growth, though to be fair, still growth. Brexit. If you live in the UK, you're probably tired of this word. The United Kingdom's departure from the European Union will continue to affect coffee companies in and suppliers to the UK as trade deals are renegotiated, and uncertainty about the timing and degree of the effects extends from the UK across the region. Another challenge to anyone doing business in the region right now is inflation, coupled with dramatic swings in currency valuation in the case of the UK, which is driving the cost of goods up for many roasters and retailers who hesitate to pass those costs along to their customers. Right before starting Green Coffee Summit today, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom resigned. Last I checked, the currency was rallying, but you never know where things are going to go from here. Of course, uncertainty goes both ways, presenting potential opportunities as well as challenges. In the UK, coffee is expected to continue to perform well in retail and food service settings alike, as consumers in the UK are expected to be willing to pay extra in line with the healthy living trends, and the strong premiumization trend in coffee. As for Germany, the effects of label fatigue have been offset by the fact that the pandemic has accelerated demand for more sustainable products, which is particularly benefiting organic options within hot drinks and other beverages. This trend is expected to continue, with organically produced coffee gaining further share from non-certified options. So, all right, that's the presentation. Let me go back to the camera over here. Now that we've established some common reference points for the European and the UK coffee markets, we're going to talk more specifically about what coffee professionals are seeing and doing right now to both respond to consumer desires and to drive them. So let me introduce you to our three panelists today. Let me change my screen over here. Okay. With us today are Michael Mamo, Managing Director of Addis Exporter PLC based in Ethiopia. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Vincentine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Also with us is Philip van der Goltz, Managing Partner at List & Beisler based in Germany. Hello, Philip.
Hello, Vicente. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Philip. And we have with us Frida Yuan, Director of Coffee for Origin Coffee Roasters based in the UK. Hi, Frida.
Hi, Vincente. How's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Let me just move you guys over here on my screen because I can't see you well. All right. So our attendees have access to your bios, and my colleagues will share a link to them in the chat so folks can get in touch with you if they'd like. But I would like to ask you to introduce yourself to our audience. And of course, we only have a couple of minutes, but I want to hear, I would like for you to tell us a little bit about you, your role at your company, what your company does, and specifically what kind of business you do in the European/UK market, and where do you primarily do business, and what type of actors in the industry. So I'm going to start with Michael.
Hello?
Yeah, Michael, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you everyone tuning in. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Michael Mamo. I'm the MD of Addis Exporter, a family-owned green coffee exporting company based in Ethiopia. We've been around for 50 years now. I oversee coffee operations from working with smallholder coffee farmers in a service provider role, running washing stations and dry stations, dry milling operations in Addis, as well as overseeing export and marketing work. We primarily export to UK, Germany, Belgium. For the most part, we're dealing with traders and importers, more B2B business currently.
Very good. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Philip, let's hear from you.
Yeah, well, thank you also for the invitation to be here and to say hello to a lot of people which I can't see. So I hope nobody is falling asleep while we do our little presentation here. Well, my name is Philip van der Goltz. I'm the managing partner, one of the managing partners at List & Beisler. We are a green coffee trading house specialized in high quality coffees, and we've been doing this for over 120 years now. We import coffees from all over the world, and we basically bring them to our customers all over the world. Again, we have our headquarters here in Hamburg, but we also have a very nice office in Miami in the US and another one in Sydney, Australia. All our colleagues are happy to talk to potential buyers in case they need some green coffee. I'm in charge of the marketing parts here at List & Beisler, also the sustainability components, which we have developed quite substantially over the past few years, and also on the whole part concerning digitalization and alike. We are one of the few coffee importers offering full-fledged online shop for roasters. So please come and visit our website, and I hope you will find and like things over there. Besides of that, I have a kind of a split personality, as I'm also a consultant and author, working together with the United Nations ITC with a fantastic team. We have just a year ago basically finished the new 4th edition of the Coffee Guide. For those who don't know it, it's a fantastic publication, one of the most downloaded publications regarding coffee. So please check it out on ITC's website. You will find there the freshest downloadable version. It's 250 plus pages full of knowledge. So have a look at that. And yeah, I think that's from my side. Happy to go into more details in a second.
Thank you, Philip. It is a great resource, and I'm sure my colleagues will link to it in the chat. Thank you very much, Philip. Frida, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Vicente. Hello, everyone. My name is Frida Yuan. Thank you, SCA, for inviting me to this great event. I work for Origin Coffee Roasters, that is based in the UK. We are a specialty coffee roasters that has been roasting 17 years ago. Majority of our coffee is worked directly with the coffee producers based in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Brazil. And we work largely with exporters bringing in coffee into the UK. And our customer base are wholesale, online, and then we have 5 cafes in the UK. And I have to say, Philip, I used to read your contribution, I think, because it's such a great work and I learned so much from it. It's nice to be here with you today.
That's lovely. Thank you, Frida, and thanks to all 3 of you for joining us today. So let's get started. Yeah, I mean we're getting started. We're already started, but let's. In the presentation earlier, we talked about how Europe. If you looked at Europe as a single market, you know, it represents. It's the largest coffee market as well as the largest green coffee importer, and the largest per capita coffee consumption worldwide. And I'm interested in understanding how each of you and your companies approach opportunities in Europe and the UK. So Philip, I'm going to start with you. From your perspective at List & Beisler, as a coffee importer, what are some of the key opportunities that you see in the European coffee market?
It's a super question, I have to say, because there is a huge opportunity in the European market, but keeping in mind that it's not one country, it's a lot of different countries. So it's immensely diverse. And I think the interesting part here to see is that there is a huge and very old coffee culture and also appreciation for coffee. And the competition inside Europe is, I think, compared to other
let's see. Can somebody tell me if you can still see me? Okay. I think we lost. Okay, we lost Philip. Yeah, we lost Philip, but we still have Frida and Michael, and hopefully Philip can join us. So we'll put a pause on that. We'll come back to Philip. Michael, let me go to you. When we talked. When I approached you about joining us on this panel, you spoke to me about how you've had to diversify your business and that these days you're working more and more with individual producers and producer groups to connect them to sellers. Where in Europe are you seeing the most opportunities for Ethiopian coffee?
So just a little context. Since I moved back to Ethiopia in 2004, the Ethiopian coffee industry has changed dramatically. The introduction of the Ethiopian Commodity Exchange, where ECX shook the industry as traceability was a major challenge of the system. The shortage of forex introduced new players who would sometimes sell coffee or other export commodities at a loss to be able to earn forex for their import business. That's mainly due to the lack of foreign currency, and to limit coffee exporters from exporting coffee at a loss to earn foreign currency for their business, the Ethiopian Coffee Tea Authority and the National Bank established a directive to fix the minimum coffee export price. And that was based on a global weighted average for different grades. For us as ID's exporter, as we are for the most part a green exporter exporting coffee company, it became challenging to make a profit by just exporting coffee the same old way, meaning purchasing coffee from the exchange. So we need to have a way to have better control of quality, processing, traceability, and also the narrative. So we had to, the first thing we did to change our approach was investing in the coffee regions, establishing washing and dry stations, offering different processes from wash to natural honey process, anaerobic, day-lot separation with farmer groups, focusing even on packaging, which is really important to keep quality intact. And for the past 4 years, we've been working with smallholder coffee farmers in a transparent manner, which empowers farmers. Ownership is maintained because they're the exporter of their coffees and they receive more of the revenues. So we're offering these farmers agronomy training, business skills, marketing, quality control, milling, packaging, logistics, and documentation. And now, just to scale up this business, which we're finding more people want these kind of coffees, we're working. We're teaming up with Arcana Coffee Market, which was established by my good friend and ex-Sucafina employee named Matthew Thornton. So Arcana Coffee Market, which will be the largest digital marketplace in Ethiopia, focusing on smallholder coffee farmers. The whole system was designed in Ethiopia by Ethiopians. So I think it's really important to have local solutions for local problems. We're starting to get more and more inquiries from roasters that want to buy directly from producers. And we're seeing that, in North America, I also traveled to a lot of cafes, but we're seeing similar issues from smallholder farmers, as well as smaller importers and roasters. That's finance, access to finance, as well as good rates, logistics. We're seeing the lack of market exposure and market access, scalability, and these are really the same problems for a lot of different players in the sectors. So the Arcana Coffee Market is a good solution for the market access for smallholder farmers. We're seeing a huge opportunity for growth. Also, the question importers and roasters are asking us in terms of how much does a farmer earn. There's full transparency in the system where we have 0% access to the farmer's payment. The farmer is the exporter of his or her coffee. We're just providing a service. It's a transparent service. And most of the demand that we're seeing for the smallholder coffee project is mainly in the United Kingdom and Western Europe, Switzerland, Netherlands, France, so far.
Very good. Right. United Kingdom, Switzerland. What were the other countries that you mentioned?
Netherlands, France.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We're going to come back to you, Philip, because you dropped off for us. But let me go to Frida, and then we'll come back to you, Philip. Frida, Origin, the company that you work for, is a UK-based company. So let's zoom in on the UK market. And from your perspective, serving both retail and wholesale customers, broadly speaking, what are some of the main areas of focus and growth for Origin?
Yeah, for us, from the past few years, is our online purchase has been increased drastically. That creates a big gap for us, a big opportunity for us to come into and then sort of like reintroduce customer specialty coffee drinking from home. And what does that mean? We started to sell more coffee brewing equipment. We managed to sell some espresso machines at home as well, which is really engaging and also exciting. And then we started to sell more subscription coffee, like you said, Vicente, but also particularly coffee pots. We see really big trends about coffee pots coming in, easy drinking. I think this opportunity brought us to another spectrum of creating more categories for our customers. They started to really care about the quality of the coffee and potentially the story of the coffee as well. That helped us to start more of an engagement with our face-to-face online customer. Comparing to the cafe is a little bit different. Our wholesale customer had a little bit pause during pandemic, but we do know some of our customers are starting their web shops as well and starting to selling online. So I think mainly for the past 2 years is mostly online business. Though recently, the business started to come back to the cafe because everyone started to get back to their normal life. But I do believe that the online is still a great opportunities for us to grow, and at the same time, the cafe.
That's interesting. So your experience seems to reflect almost kind of perfectly the data that we were discussing in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, what's more interestingly, we have customers open in the city. Their Tuesday to Thursday sales, 3-day sales, because the customer would work at home on Monday and Friday, but only go to the office for 3 days. But their sales for those 3 days are the same as pre-pandemic time for the spread of 5 days, weekdays, or even more.
Thank you very much, Frida. Philip, let's come back to you. I'm going to ask you the question so you can start over. From your perspective as a coffee importer, what are some of the key opportunities that you're seeing?
Okay, I hope not to lose the line again. Well, Germany in particular, but the whole of Europe is very diverse and competitive. So within these terms of reference, I think it's important to note that we don't see the market in Europe is quite saturated. You don't see more people drinking more coffee. That the growth is not coming in terms of discovering new potential in terms of people drinking coffee. But what we see for sure is a migration within the categories. And if you look at, there are two categories I would like to look at. One is the commercial qualities, and the other one is the now becoming more and more sustainable qualities, whatever it means in a detailed definition. Is it organic? Is it certified? Is it with rainforest or likes or fair trade? So these are kind of different. You see a migration from conventional products going into that segment, into being more sustainable labeled, but also from coffee roasters who are offering products that are more that show that they are taking care of their supply chain. So this is a big trend, I would say. And for now, the challenge we have is in here in continental Europe, and we mentioned this at the beginning, or you mentioned this at the beginning. We have an inflation hitting the road here. We have ramping up prices for gas, and guess what? Coffee is roasted on gas or through using gas mainly in most roasteries for now. So we have an issue at that part, and you have the inflation translating into production items such as packaging, such as transportation, and the likes. So the whole product is becoming more expensive. So the big question mark for now is how will these actual scenarios originating partly through Putin's invasion of Ukraine and all the whole destabilization that comes along with that horrible action. So taking that into consideration, I would say the next opportunity, let's say, if you want to define this as an opportunity, but I would rather put it as an adoption done by roasters, that they need to look for alternatives in terms of things like blends, things like maybe also cheaper products, cheaper coffees. So the rampant push into quality that we saw pre Russia's invasion of Ukraine is now changing for sure. And inflation is also one major part of this situation. So there is a big change in that part of the business. But coffee, on the other side, is a very stable product. We know this from let's say, from the history in Europe. During war times, there are three things that are consumed with a lot of certainty. One is tobacco, alcohol, and coffee. So we are pretty sure that it's a resilient product. We see we have customers in the Ukraine who are able to roast coffees and to bring coffee to the people there. So it shows that of course, it's not the perfect situation, but it still works. So yeah, that's I think one thing we need to take a look at here in Europe. We are it's I think a situation nobody really wants, but for sure our thoughts and strengths goes to the Ukrainian people and their way of handling this horrible situation. That's from the one opportunity mentioning sustainability products. The other one, of course, is the situation of being able to offering digitalized components to the product. And by saying this is, we see high demand on information. So if people buy a certain product, they want to see photos, they want to hear the history, they want to know exactly where the coffee is coming from, and ideally they want to have all this information at their fingertips in an online shop. And this is something where they can take a quick decision, they can buy the coffee whenever they need it, and not when office hours are not during office hours, but when they are in their warehouse checking their amount of coffee available, or when they are commuting to work and take the decision to buy coffee. So these are 2-3 components that I would say we need to consider as opportunities. Yeah, let's see.
Very good. Thank you, Philip. I'm hearing you talk about, there's still a very strong interest in this market from consumers for sustainable products, right? And also for not just the information. Of course, we've known that customers are interested in having that information at farm level for a long time. That's sort of what we do pretty well, I think, in the specialty coffee industry. But it's the digital access, and I suppose faster, more convenient access to that information that you're seeing has obviously been accelerated over the past few years. That's interesting. Thank you very much for sharing. So we've covered a little bit trends, I suppose. Let's go deeper into trends. The last few years have been quite a whirlwind in terms of consumer behavior in coffee. Like many other luxury items, coffee continues to grow. When it comes to the UK market, we know, for example, from recent reports that, as we were saying earlier, premiumization is a big trend. There's a strong growth in coffee pots. Consumers are interested in sustainable packaging. Fair trade organic labels continue to grow. Subscriptions, of course, are growing. And we know that even though the pandemic disrupted office worker and commuter trade, we know that that's slowly starting to bounce back. And so, Frida, the question's for you. How do these trends, and you covered this a little bit, how do these trends inform your purchasing decisions as the head of coffee at Origin?
I feel for the past 2 years, through the pandemic and through the trend of all the consumptions that we have in the UK, what I noticed the most is the relationship-based coffee has become super important as our business essence, in terms of, because we have a few producers that we've been working since 2011. Through our pandemic, we might stop buying a little bit, but then we started to go back to them. But we understand each other. We're having a really good communication. We have a better, sort of like stronger and more resilient relationship, and then that we are able to provide more than ever to our customers. What does that mean? We are working together to fix the price, for example. We are focusing on providing more. For example, right now, because everyone's worrying about inflation, and also the FX rate, particularly in the UK, which I believe we're going to talk about later on. We're trying to focus on more of a solid, easy drinkable coffee. So that has changed my direction of buying. We're buying more normal coffee, which quality is still the same compared to what we were buying before. But then we're trying to work together with the producers to provide whatever customer is looking for. And I think that is the biggest, like, sort of like, it's also an opportunity for Origin and also for our customer. We try to provide more subscription for our customer base, from the basic coffee we have to more of a unique and different micro lot. For example, we try to, for example, release one micro lot or feature coffee, we call it, every week to provide and showcase anaerobic fermentation or double soak fermentation or any other really interesting process that coffee is around 86, 87 above coffee, to provide to our customer so that they can try to engage and understand what are we doing in specialty coffee particularly. And so that we can actually provide more interesting coffee for our customer. And I think that's what we're trying to work towards to. And then, because particularly the market right now is very unstable. So for me, particularly as a coffee buyer, is trying to look for stability in instability, to look for and work with the relationship, to work with the partner that understands what we are standing, what's our standing at, what is our belief and what is our value. And yeah, that is basically sort of like form our way of buying coffee.
That's really interesting to hear, because I heard you say the word normal coffees. And that's, so on one hand, you're saying, I've always loved buying interesting coffees. My clients have always been interested in anaerobic and, sort of different kinds of processed coffees. But at the same time, because the market is the way that it is, I'm also looking to provide a certain group of my clients coffees that they might consider more normal coffees that aren't as crazy or wild.
Yeah, I think the market right now is very challenging, particularly with the FX price. So all of this micro lot coffee 86 plus has been quite expensive and slightly a little bit untouchable for our customer. So what we're looking into is how can we create more of a value coffee for our customer at the same quality that we're having. And that's the biggest challenge right now. Some coffee, we're shifting our buying a little bit. Some coffee will still work with relationship producers, but some, similar to what Philip was mentioning, we try to work on differential. That is something that we never touched base before because it is very unstable, it is very uncertain. But because of the fluctuation right now, we are looking into that.
Very good. Thank you, Frida. Michael, in Europe, the latest reports, as we were, well, actually, we didn't cover this part earlier. Latest reports show that convenience drives growth convenience drives the growth of European single serve and ready to drink coffees. We're seeing that European consumers are increasingly interested in signature blends, single origin, and micro and nano lots. Supermarkets are increasingly looking at specialty coffee. Fine Robusta is increasingly of interest. The certified coffee market continues to grow, as we've talked about a couple of times. And I'm wondering for you, Michael, how do these trends in Europe broadly show up? And of course, the trends that we're hearing about in the UK, because you were mentioning UK is also one of your sort of target countries. What are these trends? How do these trends show up in the types of connections that you're making between your partners at the farm level and buyers in Europe?
I mean, we're seeing these trends as well. I mean, and I have like sort of two perspectives on this. One is not only am I a coffee exporter, but I have equity in an importing company called Osido Coffee. So actually what Philip is talking about, what Frida is talking about, we all have the same challenge. at origin, inflation is high, especially in Ethiopia. It's closer to 35-36% here. So we really worry about how we're going to help our farmers be sustainable. Even though we're seeing the majority of European consumers, even though they still are buying more mainstream, but we're focusing on the growing numbers of roasters and consumers they want to know where their products are coming from. They're willing to pay a better price for quality coffee that are traceable, transparent, coffees that are sourced ethically, coffees with good stories, farmer stories, origin stories, and coffees with social impact. So those are the coffees that we're focusing on, and coffees that are mainly relationship coffees. Because when we're meeting with our farmers, because they're worried about who's going to buy their coffee, and they're the most vulnerable people in this whole industry. Even though it's tough for us, at least we have light, at least we have food to eat. But they're really, their lifestyle is, if they don't sell coffee, they don't have food. So the clients we're targeting about are people that really not say that they really care about the farmers, but they really actually do care about that relationship and are doing whatever it takes to help them be sustainable. So even though like these exotic, unique coffees with sexy stories are just pretty dope, but the important thing is the people behind the coffees, and that's the customer base that we're trying to focus on and try to work with. Even though now it's extremely difficult with everything going on in the world, and not only are these issues a problem in the Western world, there are issues that are a problem in developing countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about Osito? I'm interested in sort of, because you as you described it to me before, you're wearing multiple hats, and tell us a little bit about Osito.
So Osito is a company based in the U.S., based in Connecticut, but they have operations in Colombia. They also deal with cacao. So a few years ago, we were just trying to help them source coffee. Then we decided that because I just liked the owner and what he stood for, more about relationship coffees. So I decided I really wanted to have a better aspect also on the other side, not just being a producer or exporter. I grew up in Baltimore, and having more understanding of the supply chain was very important to me. So just because, honestly, I just decided to invest mainly because I like what they stood for. I like what they stood for in terms of relationship. And even though like coffee is difficult, I mean, it's really hard. Before we started managing washing stations, just going down and visiting co-ops, it's easy to, you take pictures and you leave. But when you stay there, you see all the difficulties and challenges. I mean, you wake up 7 a.m. in the morning and you're done at 4 a.m. I would love Frida and Philip and any other coffee professional to actually come and not just see the exotic looking, but to see the actual real story, which how difficult it is. So Osito and myself, we sort of had the same sort of mindset. How could we use coffee to impact people's lives? And before even I decided to invest in Osito, as they helped a school in the countryside of Ethiopia. They helped raise roughly 10,000, including Sweet Maria and people that we work with and have a really good relationship with. So what we're about, especially here, is about people and about the people the farmers that we work with, because they're not just faces, they're particularly my friends. So, issues that they face, you take it personally because you know them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Michael. Philip, Liston Beisler trades coffee from across the coffee producing world. I know you've got coffees from Central America, South America, Asia, Africa. What trends are you seeing across countries in terms of preferences or particular attributes in Europe?
Sure. It's difficult to answer very concise because we see quite a broad range of interests from customers, and they vary from micro nano lots, of course, to what is called relationship or direct relationships coffees, this is of course one trend that is still there. I would say that Robusta is also coming up, and as high quality Robustas coming out of Brazil, India, Guatemala, Nicaragua, producing beautiful Robustas. But there are, of course, Uganda and alikes in Tanzania. There are beautiful Robusta producing countries, or countries producing beautiful Robustas, and I think this is showing quite some demand, hand in hand also with the pricing situation that we have. We have very high international markets. They're coming lower now, but they have been very high for at least a year. And so the interest for alternatives at a more convenient pricing are there. And I fully understand Michael and what he's saying about the necessity of farmers. And the thing is, it's a very competitive world also from the farming perspective. And you have highly efficient countries such as Brazil, who are able to produce at very low cost of production compared to others, and still offering very good value for money. So coffee is not an isolated product from one only single country or one only single farm. It's internationally traded, coming from different countries, and therefore also being able to offer different price points. So yeah, I think trends or preferences, I would definitely see. We can talk about different varieties like Wush Wush or Geisha Still or others being very much on demand. But this is it's kind of very niche or small. It's nothing you cannot sell through the wholesale these nanolots. Yeah, you have people. It doesn't work. At the moment where a business starts to scaling its operations, they need to have product consistency and reliability over a certain time, and that's where it gets a little bit where you have to discover new ways and develop new products.
Thank you very much, Phil. Thank you. That's interesting to hear you say that about Robusta. We've been sort of, at least here in the UK, it's sort of been kind of in the background, sort of like, oh, Robusta's getting in popularity. From a purely from my own perspective, I don't quite see that, and so it's interesting to hear from you guys that's definitely that continues. I have a question here about certifications, but I'm going to skip it. I'm going to skip it because I think we've talked quite a lot about certifications, and we're getting some really interesting questions from the audience here. So I want to get to those as well, but we can't skip over government policy because what's the word? Dumpster fire? No. Let's talk about government policy. How do you guys expect government policy, for example, the EU Green Deal, to impact your business with customers in Europe, if at all? And I'm going to go here back to Philip with this one. Maybe it's not just the EU Green Deal. Maybe there are other sort of policies. Of course, we talked about inflation that you're keeping top of mind.
Well, the Green New Deal is the big elephant in the room. Making nervous not only the industry here in Europe, I can tell you that, but also for sure producers and in countries of origination, because nobody really fully understands the rules of engagement here so far, and that brings a lot of uncertainty. And there is the risk. And I mentioned this as a risk. I'm pretty sure it won't happen, but it's still a risk that we need to face or look at. It's that if the restrictions are as tight as they might be through the wording in the due diligence for human rights and the due diligence for deforestation, this could mean that certain countries would not be able to deliver coffee to Europe. This means that certain small and medium-sized companies might not be able to trade or import or even roast those coffees. And this would have as a logical consequence, which is absolutely not intended by the European Union. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about this. This could mean that only the big multinationals, the big brands, and a very narrow amount of countries who are able to provide this kind of complexity, who are able to service this kind of sustainability. It's more than sustainability, honestly, it's more checking the boxes. It's more the CRS logic than truly development of farmers in order to make them better. That's not what these systems are built for, unfortunately. It's difficult to build systems that make that. There are exceptions, of course. We have some of these in our portfolio solutions. But the important part here is the European Union doesn't want that, but it could become one of the consequences, which is absolutely not intended. So how do we behave there? What can we do? Of course, there is a big interaction with the European Union in order to avoid this situation, particularly not for the importers and roasters here in Europe, not only from their side, but most importantly, keeping in mind all the 12.5 million producers of coffee that we have worldwide, that we don't close a door of the major market in the world to these people. So it's a complex topic. We have to bear in mind that the Green New Deal is not made just for coffee. It's made for the whole industry, the whole economical landscape in the European Union. So it's quite a big elephant in the room. There is a simpler mini elephant in the room, the hippopotamus in the room. It's developed by the German. Developed by the German government, and it's a horrible word of 37 letters. Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz. I'm not gonna repeat it again, but it's quite nasty. 37 letters in a row. and this is basically the intention of this law, starting on January 1st of next year, is to bring the industry in line. It's to bring the message in line and encourage importers of coffee, cocoa, textiles, whatever, to manage their supply chains in a more sustainable manner. Now, this is interesting, but it has also the potential of just becoming only a bureaucratic act of checking boxes. Not what the government intends, but at the end of the day, what can they control? They're going to be checking companies. They start with very big companies, and this is going to be cascading down to medium and smaller sized companies through time. I'm going to type it in the chat so you can have a laugh.
So we can share it. Yes, please. So we can share it with the audience. Thank you very much, Philip. I had not heard about that one from Germany, so that's very interesting. Maybe we can add some resources to the library on green.sca.coffee for people to learn more about that one. Thank you very much. Michael, I'm interested, you talked to us earlier about working both in the UK and in some other countries in Western Europe. Of course, and you shared with us that policy and inflation is definitely something that you're worried about on the Ethiopian side as well. I'm wondering if there's anything related to policy on the European side that's a top of mind for you.
Yeah, I heard about the European Green Deal and also different policies regarding carbon emission and climate change, which is very important. And more European buyers and roasters will be looking for suppliers which can meet this new regulations. Currently, we don't have any issues yet, but in the near future, I'm sure we and the producers we're working with will feel the effects of the different policies that we have to implement in order to bring our products to Europe. But the reality is, again, Africa produces less than 4% of the world's carbon emission. And what I'm really worried about is more and more responsibility will be passed on to the most vulnerable people in the supply chain, who contributed actually the least to this issue. So these different regulations and policies will make things more expensive for producers, exporters, and for buyers. And having these policies and regulations to fight carbon emission and climate change is critical. At the same time, it's vital that the costs are shared to make business make sense for everybody in the supply chain. So when these, I'm sure, like Philip said, everybody has good intentions when making these policies, but when policies and regulations from a government perspective, as well as companies are initiated, it is crucial that funding is in place. All these new energies, green energies, renewable energies, they're very, very costly. But because we're seeing the effects of climate change, especially in Africa, temperatures are rising at the highest rate. We're seeing flooding. We're seeing more famine, especially where we are in the Horn of Africa. So it's very, what I really worry about is that more and more of these policies that are meant to do good actually wind up hurting the most vulnerable people in the supply chain. So if we don't have farmers making money, making it a viable business, we're not going to have a business, all of us. And what Philip spoke about earlier is what's really true is we're not efficient, especially in Ethiopia compared to farmers in Europe. But I'm just really worried that more and more regulations is going to be passed on to the most vulnerable people in the supply chain.
Some of the same, so I'm hearing from you, Michael, some of the same worries and some of the same problems that we might see or that we know we see sometimes on the certification side as well.
Exactly.
Right. Costs being passed on to farmers. Thank you, Michael. Frida, when I said dumpster fire earlier, I was referring to this wonderful country that I love, that I've lived in for 8 years. If we had been talking a few weeks ago, a few months ago, we would have been. I would have been asking you about the impacts of Brexit, which they are real. They continue. A few weeks ago, if we had been talking yesterday or even this morning, I would have been talking to you about the Prime Minister's and the Chancellor of the Exchequer's mini budget, which of course. Which is a set of economic policies that saw a sharp fall in the value of the pound sterling against the dollar. The pound hit an all-time low the day after that major announcement. Today, just a few hours ago, not only do we have a new, not only did we get a new chancellor a few days ago, now we don't have a prime minister. So. Frida, how are we going to fix this? No, that's not the question. Frida, as a coffee buyer, what impact does all of this have on your work? I know the day after the announcement, I saw a really good post from you on LinkedIn, which I encourage everybody to follow you and all of you on LinkedIn. Talk to us a little bit about the impact of this fluctuation in the currency and what it's had on your, and sorry, I should say, I know we're at the top of the hour, but if everybody can stay with us for a few more minutes, I promise the rest of this is really good. Stay with us. So Frida, what's going on?
So for UK market, particularly me as a coffee buyer, the most challenging things, not just about coffee price has increased, which luckily for this past few weeks and days, it has come down slightly a little bit, which I sort of relaxed. But the biggest killer for all of us, for a coffee buyer here in the UK, I think particularly in maybe Europe as well, is the FX rate. The FX rate has been really fluctuated. That's focused on coffee price first. We have been working with our coffee producers in the long-term direct relationship. Our coffee price, because of the war, because of inflation, has been increased 21% from last year to this year. And this is working far away from commodity coffee price. This is direct relationship. Now, from now the currency is another main factor. For example, if I bought a coffee per kilo since last December, it cost me £5, 20p per kilos of green coffee. Now, if I'm buying the same coffee today, I'm paying the same USD dollar to the producer. It costs me £6.50. Now that's roughly £1.30p differences per kilo of green coffee, which translates to 25% increase if I'm buying any coffee right now using the same USD dollar. That for me is the hardest thing to manage, because we have customer who wants to buy coffee. Everyone wants stability, but everything is fluctuating right now. We're trying our best to look into solutions, and we're trying to work with our customers, creating different opportunities for them, for us, and for them as well. We're trying to find recession-proof coffee, which can be really hard sometimes because it is the instability and uncertainty that we're facing right now. And with the gas price has increased, packaging material price has increased, transport fuel price has increased. It really is the hardest moment, I would say, in my buying, a career ever.
Mhm.
I would thought last year not buying coffee, the logistic containers not showing up was the hardest already. No, this year is another setback and another challenge that we have to get through. So that's a current update right now. I don't even know what's happening. At 4 o'clock today, which it was 6 hours from now on, everything went, the FX rate went really high. That means GBP price converted to USD is started to go really high. And I got really excited because I'm like, okay, I can, buy a little bit more coffee now because the coffee become cheaper. So I can, help customers to acquire more favorable price coffee. But yeah, it's a constant battling right now.
Well, good luck, Frida. We'll see what things look like with the new prime minister and the whole cabinet.
Yeah, I
We have
think
to
the
end it
key
here.
is finding
Sorry.
stability in instability. So we have to be patient, and we get there.
There you go. I think you're the next prime minister with that tagline. Thank you, Frida. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Philip. Thank you all so much. We have to end it here. We're 5 minutes over time, and my colleagues are shouting at me in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your experiences with us. A reminder for everybody who's joining us, our audience, go to green.sca.coffee. There you can find more information on Frida, on Philip, and Michael. And if we haven't already added their social media handles, you'll find them there as well. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so this ends our Q&A session with our panelists today. And this also ends today's Green Coffee Summit program. We've looked at the business of green coffee from a few different angles today, and we've sought to understand value, to identify sourcing trends, to assess the effectiveness of sustainability interventions, and finally to hear some real-time reflections from green coffee professionals on what they're thinking and working on. Before we close, I want to give a final round of virtual applause. Let's see those clapping hand emojis in the chat. To all of our 2022 Green Coffee Summit presenters and panelists, as well as the authors and speakers who contributed to the more than 50 new resources that we've added to the library, again at green.sca.coffee. We will upload everything from this week's event to the library, including the videos. I know that a lot of people have been asking about the videos. All of this will be on there. And we'll continue to populate it with interesting and relevant information in the coming weeks and months. Also, thanks again to our sponsors, title sponsor Barista Attitude, and supporting sponsors BWT Water and More, Mercanta, and San Coffee Brazil. Your support, sponsors, has made this event possible. Finally, thanks to all of you at home for tuning in. My name is Vicente Partida, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here.